Going to have MLA Mr. Kenneth Bryan in the studio with us shortly. Meanwhile, we will share some information with you. COVID-19 testing update for the 29th of September. Yesterday, Chief Medical Officer Dr. John Lee reported 63 COVID-19 tests were carried out since Monday, the 28th of September. All were negative. Total number of people in isolation, either at a government facility or in their homes, as required by the Medical Officer of Health, is 308. So the total number of persons who are in isolation, either at a government facility or isolating at home, that number is 308. So again, we continue to do well. Things are looking great despite what is happening in the rest of the world, where we see spikes occurring again, lockdowns looming in certain jurisdictions. The UK struggling to get things right as well. And that's the fate that you will suffer when you fail to follow the advice of the experts. And when you have populations that sometimes carry this whole individual rights thing a little bit too far. And when I say too far, it means that they feel that their individual rights also give them the right to put other people's safety at risk. And that is where I believe that they get it wrong as well. So again, Cayman Islands, we continue to do well. We urge you to continue to follow the advice of the medical experts. Continue to wear your face mask if you feel that it is necessary, even in those areas where it may not be required. Still continue to use it for your safety as well. And like we all have said, and we all believe, that the challenge, the huge challenge for the Cayman Islands is going to be when we decide to really open up our borders. That is when the challenge is going to come, and that is when we all have to be alert, observant, and also ensure that we follow the rules that are laid down for us as well. I'm going to share with you a WhatsApp query that wasn't necessarily intended for the record, but during the course of yesterday's talk today, it was not covered. And I think it's extremely important because we always talk about care workers in the Cayman Islands, domestic workers. And this one says, are slavery days over? That's the question. Is the work permit system a massa whip over the plantation worker's head? Person says, I would like to hear the truth from caregivers on these islands. Is the Cayman Islands National Insurance Company, Synico, assistance plan being abused in the Cayman Islands? That's a question. How many helpers / caregivers are signing to say that they are receiving a certain amount of money from Synico and then receive less than the amount they signed for? Question. Other question. How many caregivers are directed to do other chores outside of their contract? Are caregivers supported by the Department of Labor and Pensions in the Cayman Islands? How can a caregiver receive reasonable legal representation if needed in the Cayman Islands? How many caregivers are being used, abused, financially, verbally, and sometimes physically in the Cayman Islands? Then the person goes on to say, as a caregiver, do you feel protected by the labor system that is in place? How many caregivers feel as if they are between a rock and a hard place? Caregivers take care of our family members, such as our older parents and children. How can we protect them from exploitation? Caregivers are being used, abused, fired, and sent home. How can this type of abuse stop? Caregiver number one. These are some scenarios that the individual has given us. Caregiver number one signed for over CI $1,820 and only received CI $750. She spoke about the abuse to the elderly couple. She spoke of extra chores which were not mentioned in the contract. Caregiver number two signed for CI $1,200 and only received $600. She spoke of the abuse to the elderly couple. She spoke of extra duties that she was given to perform as well. Caregiver number three spoke of the same financial problems, abuse, and extra work. Caregiver number four shared the same problem as the previous caregiver. 4 caregivers from 4 different walks of life sharing the exact story. What do you think is happening here? Person goes on to say, I know caregivers arrive here on this island to work and to improve their lives back home. It is sad to know the abuse they face in some of these homes. Short pay, cursed out, permits canceled behind their backs because they asked for their money. I think Cineco needs to revisit the drawing board and revert the now plan to serve the patients and the caregivers. So they need to change. I think what they're saying here, they need to revisit the drawing board and revisit the plans that they have in place vis-a-vis the caregiver and the person that they are caring for. I have said in the past that this can potentially be a black eye for the Cayman Islands, not only the way we treat caregivers, but the way that we treat those persons here who are here on work permits, as well. And we don't want to wait until some instance occurs like what sometimes occur in the Middle East, where you end up with a fatality or something because someone is abused and then it makes the headline. So we need to address these situations now. What the person has posed here in terms of the payment being offered by Cineco and what they are actually receiving, you get the impression here that the individual who's being cared for, that they're splitting that money with the caregiver. And that really is not what is intended. So again, we know that we're still restricted as far as COVID-19 is concerned, but we need to start looking into these things. We need, when we hear people talk about it, is the whole old saying that goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. We need to look into it. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a black eye on the way that we handle workers, expatriate workers here in the Cayman Islands. Folks, time to take a commercial break. Please stay tuned. For the record, we'll be back shortly. Phone lines are open until 8 o'clock. No guests in the studio yet. Mr. Brian will be here soon. So here's your opportunity if you want to have a little bit more time to talk. This is the time to do it. So please stay tuned. For the record, we'll be back shortly.
The Cayman Islands boasts of a long, colorful, and rich history. In tribute to our roots, Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands, is pleased to bring you the Historical Vignette Series. Brought to you by Rotary Central. For more than 110 years, Rotary members have used their passion, energy, and intelligence to take action on sustainable projects. The Cayman Islands, He hath founded it upon the seas.
Following the end of slavery, the relationships between the former masters and ex-apprentices varied across the island. Relations were peaceful in West Bay, where the former masters entered into bargains for work and property rentals with their former slaves. However, the same was not the case for Bodden Town, which historically housed the largest concentration of slaves. The former masters wanted to hire as much labor for the lowest wages in return for the former slaves' continued usage of the homes, whereas the former slaves wanted to keep their houses without obligation to work when they wished for the highest wages. The former slaves would eventually move to East End, clearing the unoccupied land for themselves.
Radio Cayman's Historical Vignettes was brought to you by Rotary Central. For more than 110 years, Rotary members have used their passion, energy, and intelligence to take action on sustainable projects.
The 25th Rotary Central Music Extravaganza is here. Saturday, November 28th is the date. You, yes you, look in that mirror. You can be the winner. $40,000 is waiting for you. Second prize, $4,000. 6 $1,000 prizes and more. Tickets on sale soon for only $25. Keep your ears open. Keep your wallets ready. Because you, yes you, can be that winner. The Rotary Central Music Extravaganza 2020. Proceeds fund over 70 Rotary Central projects throughout the Cayman Islands. Rotary Central Cayman Islands is not-for-profit number 232. Rotary opens opportunity.
Stronger, wider, higher, lighter. The all-new Ford Ranger Raptor. Powerfully built with a 2.0 diesel Panther engine and 210 horsepower. Modern with leather interior, an 8-inch touchscreen, Sync 3 technology, and power features. Tough, built to handle the off-road with 4-wheel drive, terrain modes, and a 10-speed automatic transmission. Coming early October to Vamped Motors, Walkers Road. To find out more and to test drive the bold new Ford Ranger Raptor, visit Vamped Motors, Walkers Road, or call 949-8288.
Fidelity Bank would like to thank all essential workers. We salute your efforts and thank you for the sacrifices you've made to keep us all safe. During these challenging times we're facing, our top priority is the health and safety of the communities we serve. And while it's true that things are changing rapidly every day, one thing that will never change is our commitment to giving you the best and sound financial solutions to help you during and after the coronavirus pandemic. At Fidelity Bank, our focus will always be you. Fidelity, we're good for you.
It was a day that changed my life. No words can describe the feelings of seeing my baby boy sick for the first time. The overwhelming feeling of fear to be responsible for his health and happiness became my priority. So I did what any nurturing mother would do when their baby is sick. I took him to get some of the best medicine possible.
CTMH Doctors Hospital Pharmacy understands the importance of careful decisions you make every day for your family. Our staff work towards healthcare excellence and providing the most current and up-to-date training with pharmaceutical care, so you can feel confident in knowing that your family is safe with the right medication. At CTMH Doctors Hospital Pharmacy, we take care of your health.
Did you know the third most important factor for customer retention is cleanliness? With 95% of shoppers saying exterior appliance influences where they decide to shop. Keep your business clean with Roper's Janitorial. From offices to restaurants, interior and exterior, walls to rugs and flooring. Roper's cleans it all, including 24-hour emergency service. Roper's Janitorial, 949-2511, or email janitorial@ropers.ky. Dress your business for success with Roper's Janitorial. We make your business shine. 949-2511. Ropers, providing products and services for better public health.
System 1 loaded.
1-800-534-8255. What is on your mind when it comes to the government, independence, and the opposition? Issues that matter to you. 1-800-534-8255. Waiting to hear from you. For the Record.
This is For the Record with Ort Connor.
Good morning and welcome back to For the Record. We have two callers on hold. First caller, good morning. Welcome to For the Record.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I don't know. I hear you praying. Not praying, but I hear you with the work. And it sounds like your coughing is not working because, you know, you will be again pouring rain. But come on, baby, that just let's spray rain. Wash the dust off the plant, please. So what you say happening with us again? I missed the whole spiel, but I can be listening from now on. But I want to find out from you, is it possible to have a bigger black eye, as you call it, but you know me, I go with the bang up. Then we already got in the last, maybe, say, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yes.
It's something worse than that.
Well, I mean, with the way that we treat workers in this country, I think sooner or later it's going to come back to bite us one way or the other if we're not careful, if we don't ensure that these people are properly protected. It's important. We have to treat people the way that we would want to be treated as well. And when you hear some of the horror stories that some people on work permit go through, you know, and a lot of it is true.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, I've been more immigration reform, and that would be included. I've been warned, so I could hurry with it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Kofi, do your thing. You know, just I'm waiting for it every day.
All right, my dear. You take care. Lots more to come today. You take care.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Next caller. Good morning. Welcome to For the Record. Good morning, caller. Welcome to For the Record.
Good morning, OC. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, my friend. How art thou?
I'm good. I just heard you mention that before the break that wherever there's smoke, there's fire.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you just also mentioned that if we don't change policies or ways that we operate with foreign workers, they're going to come back and bite us.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe we also better change the way we treat Caymanian workers too.
Mm-hmm,
it might come back and do more than just bite us. You know?
Yeah, that is true too.
Know? So I say that to say this. I can't say it on the Mall Road because I don't want to make them think that it's my girl Mall Road because we don't have Mall Road no more. It's all asphalt now. So it's said on the asphalt road that there was a cruise ship passenger who have came here and for some reason he had worked his way up to managing director of the Express, meaning Cayman Airways. And I'm hearing that this individual have given a lot of local Caymanian guys real trouble in them getting in there. But forget about that part right now. What happens is that I'm hearing that he used the Express to bring in private parts or cargo in personal cargo into the Cayman Islands and don't declare it and go back, return at night and take it off the plane.
If that is true, that is a serious security breach?
Yeah, well, I understand that it was caught on camera, and the individual was suspended. But now this individual is back at work. Usually, when you say wherever there's smoke, there's fire, we often get a Caymanian in that situation. Once an accusation has been made against them, they are being put on suspension or some sort of leave pending investigation.
And we haven't seen anything in the media about this, in the press or print media or anything?
That is what I call you for, being the investigator you are. For you will see to find out if there's fire where the smoke coming from. So, because we haven't heard anything, all I'm hearing now is that the individual is back to work, flying, and we haven't heard anything publicly. You just talk on the street. So, like you say, wherever there's smoke, usually there's a little blaze somewhere about. So
we have to find a combustion now, right?
Yeah. If not, we'll add fuel to the fire. I don't know what people say.
But that is if what you're saying is true, that is a serious breach. If that is the case,
it is.
And if anyone is attempting to sweep it under the rug, or if they are trying to just simply keep it quiet, because you know when it's a Caymanian, what they do, you get the perp walk. You know, they show you walking in and out of court. And if you're in custody, they will show you in the handcuffs and everything else. And then when it's a non-Caymanian, then everything is quiet, and maybe about 18 months or 2 years down the line, you hear that something happened, or that there was a court case and the charges were withdrawn or something. But an airport breach, that's a serious breach of security if that is what happened, and it needs to be exposed if it happened.
Because same how you bring in Amazon order, you can bring in anything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you say, it's a serious breach. So I need you to dig up something or dog around somewhere about it.
Well,
see what you can sniff out.
We're going to stir the pot. And without putting anyone in any position where we don't want to defame anyone, but we will stir the pot and put out what can be put out there. Rest assured.
The first thing now after I hang up, we should get a call from somebody high up in custom, I guess.
Yeah, or maybe somebody from some Cayman Airways and say there's a pending investigation or whatever. We're gonna dig.
And so on a better call.
All right, my friend, take care.
Cool.
Top of the hour, 8:00 news, folks. Please stay tuned. For the record, we'll be back immediately after the 8:00 news, and we will have MLA Mr. Kenneth Bryan in the studio with us as well. So please stay tuned.
Priced Right's warehouse sale is back with savings all over the store.
Save up to $300 on Samsung and LG Smart 4K LED TVs. Get the Amazon Fire 7 tablet 16 gig for $54.99. Save $15. And upgrade to the First Avenue King Cotton Sheet Set for $26.99. Save $10.
Sale ends Wednesday, 30th of September, 2020. Live better for less at Priced Right.
The voice of the Cayman Islands.
89.9 FM in Grand Cayman and 93.9 FM in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman.
Silver wings shining in the sunlight.
Radio Cayman.
The 8 a.m. News is proudly sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce Pension Plan. For further information, please visit chamberpension.ky. The Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce Pension Plan. We're here for you. We are a not-for-profit, member-centric plan with a democratically elected volunteer board of trustees representing all sectors of the Cayman Islands economy. We have an all-in expense ratio of less than 1%, over 20,000 members, and $490 million in assets under management. We were the first multi-employer pension plan approved by the regulator in the late 1990s, and today we are still strong, secure, and are here for our employees and employers alike. If you would like to join or require further information, visit chamberpension.ky. And for information as it happens, follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, or Instagram. Email admin@pensions.ky or call 745-7630. The Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce Pension Plan. We're here for you.
Your voice, your choice for today's biggest news.
Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands.
With your latest news, I'm Carsley Fuller. Government issues travel guidance for those planning to visit Cayman when the borders reopen tomorrow. They cover issues such as travel time approval, PCR testing on arrival to Grand Cayman, and the new Quarantine at Residence program, which will allow travelers to quarantine at home provided they meet established criteria, agree to wear monitoring technology, and their home has been pre-approved by Public Health. All those returning will have to wear an I Am Safe wristband, which communicates via Bluetooth to a custom mobile app on a smartphone and creates a virtual perimeter around the quarantine location. For the month of October and until further notice, government says the group of people eligible to visit Cayman will be extended beyond the current categories of approved travelers, i.e. Caymanians, permanent residents, work permit holders and their family, to also include those who own residential property in Cayman and other visitors such as students with a valid visa to study in the Cayman Islands and persons with close family ties to residents or work permit holders such as spouses, finances, parents, grandparents, and siblings. Until borders are fully opened, government says only private charters and repatriation flights operated by Cayman Airways and British Airways are allowed to enter Cayman. Any member of the household who does not comply with a quarantine at residence faces a fine of $1,000 and imprisonment of up to 6 months. For the latest information and news regarding travel to and from Cayman, head to exploregov.ky/travel. And starting later this morning, the Cayman Arts Festival is hosting a new music lesson for young children. I spoke with Executive Director of the Cayman Arts Festival, Mary Esgaina, about the new program.
What we do at Public Library is it's a nice experience for the students, and we do it. We feel like it's a nice treat for them. They have a double treat actually. It's actually the library with all its books that they can see there, and then a music lesson with a lot of fun. Most of the kindergartens or preschools, they treat this as a tour, and they started to contact us to do it on a weekly basis. Cayman Arts Festival was looking more initially for students from grade 3 and 4, but in the past years we decided to begin our work of promoting music from early stages, and we try in this way to cover as much as possible, and preschools are perfect places to begin with at this moment. We plan to have these events at the library every week on Wednesday morning, 10:30 to 11:30, as long as possible.
And the Central Caribbean Marine Institute's next 2020 Reef Lecture Series takes place this afternoon. Radio Cayman's Felice Rankin-Salins has the details.
Robin Larkin, project manager at the Central Caribbean Marine Institute, gave insight on what can be expected during the upcoming virtual lecture.
So in this lecture, this will be our third lecture of the year, Dr. Amy April will be taking participants on a virtual underwater experience to learn more about the Gardens of the Queen Coral Reef, which is located in southern Cuba. She's going to discuss the important partnership that she's been able to work on between U.S. and Cuban scientists who study these reefs and discuss how they've combined their resources and training from their respective countries and research institutions to present a holistic and technologically innovative view into this special coral reef system.
Dr. Amy April is an assistant scientist at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution in Massachusetts, and she is a collaborative scientist at CCMI.
And basically, she leads the Microbial Ecology for Ocean Conservation Research Lab at Woods Hole. What they do there is she tries to examine the contribution of microorganisms to the health and ecology of sensitive animals and ecosystems such as coral reef.
Ms. Larkin says these lectures are done in hopes to spread knowledge and incite passion from the public in the continued care of our oceans.
And it allows us to share interesting and relevant information that comes out of our research station in Little Cayman, as well as from our research collaborative partners who work with us but are based at other institutions. And it also allows us to engage the community in topics that we feel are very important and critical for people in the Cayman Islands to understand in terms of the health of our oceans and our coral reefs.
The lecture takes place 12 p.m. September 30th. For Radio Cayman News, I'm Felicia Rankin-Solins.
And that's your latest news. I'm Karsley Fuller from Radio Cayman's Newsroom.
The 8 a.m. news is proudly sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce Pension Plan. For further information, please visit chamberpension.ky. The Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce Pension Plan. We're here for you. Did you know that since May, in support of the COVID-19 Emergency Withdrawal Program, the Chamber Pension Plan leveraged IT and human resources to successfully review over 15,000 member applications, approve over 11,000 applications, and will pay over CI $126 million to our plan members. We are the Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce Pension Plan, and we're here for you. For further information regarding the Emergency Withdrawal Program, visit chamberpension.ky. And for information as it happens, follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, or Instagram. Email admin@pensions.ky or call 745-7630.
Stay in touch with Radio Cayman for the latest in news and information.
Follow Radio Cayman on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Download the Radio Cayman app or log on to our website, www.radiocayman.gov.ky.
Radio Cayman, your voice, your choice, your radio.
Now with FedEx, the more you ship, the more you save. Get up to 50% discount when sending your packages to all destinations in the world with our international services. Visit FedEx.com, keyword Caribbean discounts for terms and conditions.
Important announcement for Caymanian tourism sector employees. The Ministry of Tourism's Displaced Tourism Employee Stipend Program has reopened for registration from 14th of September through 30th of September. This third registration period is for new registrants only, and all information must be supplied via online portal stipend.ourcayman.ky by the deadline 30th of September. Email stipend@caymanislands.ky with any questions.
The Honeymoon Over, one of the most highly rated plays for the Cayman National Cultural Foundation, comes to you live and direct from the Hockwell Theatre to your community station, Radio Cayman, September 2nd to October 31st. Grape Tree Cafe, Cayman's #1 fried fish joint, is a proud sponsor of The Honeymoon Over. Grape Tree Cafe in Bordentown is sure to please your taste buds with Caribbean delights like fried fish and fritters, fried breadfruit, and chicharron, to name a few. Catch The Honeymoon Over on Radio Cayman 89.9 FM on Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. and on Saturdays at 6:45 p.m. for a repeat broadcast.
During these unprecedented times, Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands, is pleased to bring you the Cayman Strong Series. The Cayman Strong Series is brought to you by OnCourse Cayman. Visit oncourse.ky to view a full list of wellness services and their qualified team. OnCourse Cayman, health, wellness, and happiness.
Change your thinking. Change your life. Developing the giver's mindset can bolster any relationship.
As motivational speaker Tony Robbins said, some of the biggest challenges in relationships come from the fact that most people enter a relationship in order to get something. They're trying to find someone who's going to make them feel good. In reality, the only way a relationship will last is if you see your relationship as a place that you go to give and not only a place that you go to take.
Change your thinking. Change your life.
Radio Cayman's Cayman Strong series was brought to you by OnCourse Cayman. Visit oncourse.ky to view a full list of wellness services and their qualified team. OnCourse Cayman, health, wellness, and happiness.
These days, feelings of loneliness, anxiety, stress, and depression can be overwhelming. Just know you are not alone. OnCourse Cayman offers private mental health services for children, teens, adults, and groups. Visit oncourse.ky to view a full list of wellness services and their qualified team. OnCourse Cayman, health, wellness, and happiness.
For additional weather information, visit www.weather.gov.ky. As well, stay in touch with Radio Cayman for the latest in news and information. Radio Cayman, your voice, your choice, your radio.
The traffic report is brought to you by Subway. Planning a meeting, event, or office celebration? Visit subway.ky to place your catering order today.
It's the return of the Sub of the Day. Come into any Subway location and order the 6-inch Sub of the Day for only $3.50, or get the full meal for just $6.
Wow, a meal in Cayman for only $6?
Yes, and it's never been easier to get your favorites from Subway. Just stop in, message WhatsApp at 929-4658, order online, or use Let's Eat or the Bento app. Check out their Facebook or Instagram for the latest store hours. Subway, eat fresh.
The traffic report is brought to you by Subway. Planning a meeting, event, or office celebration? Visit subway.ky to place your catering order today.
Water Authority Cayman wishes to advise its valued customers and the motoring public of planned works to upgrade the water supply infrastructure along North Sound Road between the junction of Portland Road and Shedden Road. Work will begin on Sunday, 20th September and will last for approximately 6 weeks. During the course of the works, portions of the road will be closed and traffic will be diverted. Signs will be in place directing the flow of traffic. Motorists are encouraged to drive with caution when they are in the area to protect their safety and the safety of the authority's staff. The Water Authority appreciates the patience and understanding of its customers and the public as it undertakes these works and apologizes for any inconvenience this may cause.
That thing we've been saying for 64 years? Ignore it. Eat the KFC wings, drink the KFC gravy, fill up on fries. Just please forget the thing we normally suggest. You know, that thing you used to do with your tongue after finishing a delicious piece of our KFC chicken. We get it. It's not easy. There's a reason why it's been our slogan for over half a century. But the world's drastically changed of late, and as soon as we can embrace the change, the sooner we can all get back to doing what we do best. KFC. It's good.
For the record, with Ort Connor.
Initiating system. For information that matter. For the record, with Ort Connor. Continues right now on Radio Cayman.
Good morning and welcome back to For the Record. Mr. Brian is on his way in the studio. On his way to the studio, sorry. Caught in a little bit of traffic, but he will be here soon. Meanwhile, we keep hearing on Radio Cayman profiles being done about Caymanians, and not to take anything away from what Radio Cayman does, but also the Tradewinds newspaper. They did similar things. They did it in hard print, and on the 22nd of September, on a Thursday, 1966, they did a profile of a gentleman, and we knew him. Some knew him as Sam the Fisherman, some knew him as Sam Puck Puck. And here it is, profile, Sam Ebanks. Probably one of the first men you'd get to know in Grand Cayman if you were a tourist is Samuel Fletcher Ebanks, better known as Sam the Fisherman. He's already well known to residents here, having lived in the islands for most of his life. And that takes quite a few years, said Sam, who at that time was 54 years old. 1966, he was 54 years old. Sam gained his reputation as a fisherman in a comparatively short time. In 1956, he built a boat from the ground up and moved right in with the rest of the Cayman charter fleet. That boat was, what do you call it? A file-bottom skiff, Sam says, a file-bottom skiff. And I named her X-Tenus. She was 16 feet long by 4 feet wide. X10U8. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got that wrong. X10U8. EX, the dash, the number 10, dash U, dash 8. X10U8. X10U8 was a familiar sight in Georgetown Harbor. For the next 8 years, Sam says he couldn't begin to calculate how many struggling fish he's reeled in over the side, or how many visitors to Cayman he's taught to fish Cayman style. Sam eventually sold his first boat and worked for charter on another man's boat for 2 years, doing the job he'd come to know so well. He's quoted as saying, "I kept saving my money. Sometimes I'd make £5 and I'd put away 4, just saving up for another boat of my own." Sam won't take all the credit for the purchase of the up-to-date equipment he now uses, however. I mentioned my needs to Rex Crichton. He's in the real estate business here, and to Dr. Eugene Gerberg in Baltimore, Maryland, and they helped me to get along. I owe a lot to those two, says Sam. One day early this year, Sam clamped his new 9-horsepower outboard engine on the catboat he'd help to build, and Sam the fisherman was in business for himself again. The tall, weather-worn fisherman lives in Georgetown with his wife, Evelyn Maud. Sam wouldn't dare tell his wife's age, but he admitted that, quote, she's younger than me anyhow. The Ebanks have 2 sons, Fletcher, 26, who is a local plumber, and Samuel, 24, follows the sea as his father once did. Sam attended school in the island, but he doesn't consider his education complete, nor will he ever. He has taken numerous correspondence courses, he says, and is at present studying agriculture as a hobby. I love to watch things grow, says Sam, with a wide smile. Charter fishing hasn't always been Sam's job, and he has many an exciting tale of deep sea adventure if you take the time to listen. He started sailing at 16 on the Cayman Turtle schooners, in keeping with the tradition of Cayman Islanders. He's quoted as saying, I ended up on steamers, but there's nothing more pleasant than the full sail on a moonlight night, reminisces Sam. It wasn't always easy, he continues. Why, I remember one time we were shipwrecked 3 days out of Borneo. The ship ran on a reef about 3 o'clock in the morning. There was a 40-foot gash in the steamer's steel hull, but all aboard were saved, and Sam, a true seaman at heart, kept right on shipping out. Sam remembers another time in 1936 when the schooner Merriwell lost her sails and went adrift off Southwest Point. The boat drifted for 2 days before a steamer happened by to tow the schooner to safe harbors. Having sailed into practically every principal seaport in the world, Sam describes such faraway places as Singapore, Hong Kong, Melbourne, San Francisco, and London with a wistful sigh. Yep, I sailed all over the world, but I come back every 10 years. This is my home, you know. The seaman's return to Grand Cayman wasn't exactly voluntary, however. You see, says Sam, I overstayed my leave in the United States, so they sent me back home. I've been visiting in the United States since, but I like it better here. Sam is an early riser. He sometimes can be seen powering away from Georgetown Dock long before sunrise, bound for the nearby reefs where the fish that earned Sam his title abound. It is seldom that he returns without a full catch. Who's that out there? A newcomer to the island might ask a passenger, pointing to the solitary figure in the long catboat. Why, that's Sam, the fisherman. He's still out there fishing, would be the answer. Should also point out, I believe that Sam Ebanks, it doesn't say here, but I believe may have been originally from Northside. If anyone knows, let me know. Correct me if I'm wrong. He also used his boat to take out the pilots to the ships that would be coming in as well, or he would use his boat to go out there and pilot them as well. I also remember he was quite innovative if any of you know anything about fishing, and I hear that the gentleman who just stepped into the studio here has been doing some night fishing as well, and I've seen some photos on social media about he and Lord Graham and the others catching fish. But if you know anything about fishing, yellowtails, most Cayman fishermen would fish for yellowtails, fish at night for yellowtails. Now, a yellowtail, if you keep it out of the water too long, it will spoil, very quickly. Yeah. Sam had an innovation. We know, how fish pots are built, right? But he had something like a fish pot, but he had bamboo strapped to the side of it so that it was actually floating near the surface of the water, and he would keep the yellowtail and other fish that would spoil inside of that alive while he fished.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right? So it was just submerged. It was like a fish pot, but it had smaller than a fish pot and strapped onto bamboo, and that would float to keep the fish alive, so it was fresh when he came in. Very, very innovative. So here's another profile for you this morning. Sam the fisherman, like I said, and I'm saying this not in a derogatory sense, but the paper refers to him as Sam the fisherman, but most of us in Georgetown would also refer to him as Sam Puck Puck. I don't know how he got that name, but, that was a term of endearment when we said that, not in a derogatory way as well. With that, Mr. Brian, good morning, Mr. Fisherman.
Good morning.
Welcome to For the Record.
Good morning, Mr. For the Record. It's a pleasure to be here again this morning. I want to say good morning to the listening audience who listen faithfully every Wednesday, Monday, and Friday to your show. I'm here and I want to talk about a few things that are going to be going to the Legislative Assembly in the next sitting, which is on October the 14th. I'm sorry I'm late. I had a little meeting with my daughter's school, so that's why I'm late. So I do apologize for that.
That's understandable, no problem.
But I did have an opportunity while stuck in traffic to hear the good Lord Graham have a few comments there.
Yes.
And what he said there was rather interesting and draws concern for me if what he's saying was factual. I really would like to know if there's any truth to that whole circumstance at Cayman Airways. And I think I'm going to have to end up asking that question on the floor of the House, because it doesn't sound fair, it doesn't sound correct that, some people are treated different than others. To have somebody evading customs, if it was any other kind of Caymanian, in my opinion, they would have been pulled through the mud and potentially have already lost their job and all the other things that come along with it. So I will definitely be reaching out to CDC as well as Cayman Airways to find out if there's any truth to that. But as you know, many things in Cayman are rumored, but my job on behalf of the people is to investigate if there's any truth to things such of that nature.
And many things are basically, they try to keep it under the radar because of who the individual may be as well. But if there is even an ongoing investigation, I think it is incumbent upon someone to say that an investigation is
when I heard
place.
that, I was like, that can't be, and nobody heard anything about it. So it seems as if there had to have been a serious attempt to not make anything become public. So I'm going to be looking into that, and I'm going to be reaching out to the director of CDC today, as well as Mr. Fabian Worms at Cayman Airways, to find out if there's any truth to that, because that's rather concerning. I don't want to assume anything, but it's my obligation to investigate if there's any truth to that, because it doesn't sound appropriate. And knowing the individuals at CDC and Mr. Clifford is a very straight shooter. And I know he'll call it how it is. And if I don't get an answer there, then I'll ask the question on the floor of the House.
Okay, we're going to take a commercial break. When we return, the conversation with MLA Mr. Kenneth Bryan will continue, so please stay tuned.
It's time to buy smart. It's time to buy Ropers. Find everything for your home and kitchen at low prices at Ropers, your neighborhood store. Value, integrity. Ropers also offers complete janitorial service for commercial, industrial, and residential. They get the job done right every time. 122 Industrial Way, 949-2511, or email janitorial@ropers.ky. Clean up your spending with Ropers and stay prepared. 949-2511. Ropers, providing products and services for better public health.
Green Turtle, modern solutions to get you through the new normal. Download the Green Turtle app now and top up yours or a loved one's phone with any mobile carrier in any destination. Home delivery of laptops, tablets, phones, accessories, and iTunes and major online retailer gift cards. And now, home deliveries of groceries and courier service. Guaranteed delivery within 2 hours from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Visit their list of products at greenturtle.ky or download the Green Turtle app today. Green Turtle is not only the future of mobile, but today it can help save a life. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app, the future of mobile, saving lives today.
What's that? No sugar, same amazing taste? Coca-Cola Zero Sugar is here to stay. Classic taste, pure satisfaction. Be sure to stop into any Tortuga location and get your own case of Coke Zero. Or grab an ice-cold one straight from the cooler. Brought to you by Tortuga Distributors Limited. Coca-Cola, taste the feeling, K-Man.
Hey, hun, what you doing?
Putting things away in the shed since it's hurricane season. You know, preparing for the better.
Don't you mean preparing for the worst?
No, for the better. Since we have BritK Insurance, we're fully covered against hurricanes. Plus, they have response teams ready to help us file a claim faster. If I were preparing for the worst, I'd watch football all day.
Still don't get it.
Isn't there a match on?
Oh, really?
Let BritK prepare you for the better this hurricane season. Call 949-8699 or visit britk.ky.
System 1 loaded.
1-800-534-8255. What is on your mind when it comes to the government, independence, and the opposition? Issues that matter to you. 1-800-534-8255. Waiting to hear from you. For the Record.
This is For the Record with Ort Connor.
Good morning and welcome back to For the Record. In the studio with me, MLA, Mr. Kenneth Bryan. Over to you, Mr. Bryan.
Yes, again, thank you so much, OC, and good morning again to the listening audience. As many of you may have heard by now, we will be going to the Legislative Assembly on October the 14th. Today being the 30th, you're talking about 14 days from today. And I want to just skim over, so to speak, some of the things that we will be addressing in that sitting of the House. Some of you may have heard by other members who have come on the show, one in particular, that being the member from Northside, the Honorable Ezard Miller, talking about some of these bills already. But I just want to, I think it's important that I explain to everybody what bills are coming and give you a basic general synopsis of what they're about. And basically talking about some of those who are already that we discussed, one of them being the defense bill, which is the bill to be administrating the process and legislating the process of the regiment that has been introduced, in my humble opinion, illegally in the Cayman Islands by the governor. I've said on the last 2 weeks ago show my concerns about that bill in respect to the fact that the bill seems to be one of total control by the UK arm, no influence by our elected members, which is represented by you, the good people of Cayman. The fact that some parts of that bill has the authority and power written in it to send our people off to conflicts in other jurisdictions. The fact that they're referred to as soldiers and a military when the governor plainly said in a number of press briefings that they were not soldiers and it was not a military, but the bill seems to be written opposite to that. So there is major concerns there. There's people who are talking about whether or not we need one at this particular point because of the costs associated with it. with the fact that we're dealing with COVID-19 and our deficits that we're having per month up to the amount of $25 million. Now, I'm not convinced at this point that that is sufficient enough reason not to have the regiment. Before the bill came and before the hoopla of what the governor has done in respect to how he handled this, many people were in support of this regiment. The question is that nobody know what kind of a regiment we were going to get. And I think that's where much of the pushback to the regiment is in place now. I'm of the view that I think the regiment can be, at least the bill itself, can be altered in a way that shapes truly what we want as a Caymanian people. So that is my intention at this particular point. Many people, or a few people have said, we shouldn't have it because of the cost factors. I'm not 100% certain on that because of the fact that majority of the individuals associated with the regiment are volunteers. So there will be a salary cost for the top level, which would be full-time regiment officers and instructors and so forth. But if you add it up on a yearly basis, it may not be as expensive as one may perceive it to be.
And I think the others may, when they serve, they may get a per diem or something like that as well.
So yes, you're right. So in order for me to take a decision on behalf of the good people of Georgetown Central as to not supporting this bill, I have to factor up all the elements of what the bill contains, as well as that concern about the cost in a time like now, and the fact that the bill is already there. The other factor I have to consider is, there's a lot of Caymanians who are associated with this, have bought into the idea and are pleased and honored to be a part of it. And it would be demoralizing for those individuals to try to stop such a initiative at this particular point. We should never have been in this position in the first place. We should have done it the right way, but the governor has decided to, particularly when he talks about rule of law, done this, what we call ass backwards in the Cayman Islands. And when I say ass, I don't mean it in a derogatory way, but meaning the animal, the donkey, called the ass. With that being said, I want to ask some more relevant questions in respect to the bill and the overall cost of it. Also, if there is going to be any machinery or equipment that is necessary that would add to that cost bill, so the cost can be a factor on support or not support. The other elements of whether I would support the bill or not would be whether or not we can make the necessary amendments that truly reflect it being an arm of a Caymanian regiment, as the governor has said. This is our regiment. But the bill as it's written at this moment does not reflect that attitude, in my opinion. So some of the things that I would like to seek is there is a committee involved, and I think the Leader of Opposition and the Premier should be on that. I think there should also take out the necessary...
there's a board that has been established.
Yes.
The board?
Yes. Thank you for that correction, OC. So I think our elected arm, regardless of whether you like the opposition or like the Premier, they are our Caymanian representatives, and we have to support them on such initiative as a regiment because... Again, the bill is called a defense bill. And if anything, to defend ourselves, whether it is in disasters or anything else, our people should be given some say in respect to how that is handled. So I support that change. If that is not in it, I am not a big fan of this because it's ultimately a military group of persons who are trained in a military way, disguised under the element of recovery, but can be used from a military way, and it's only controlled solely by the United Kingdom and its counterparts. Now, I'm not suggesting or I'm fooled to the fact that the UK will never give up that total power to the people of the Cayman Islands, but we can share that responsibility. I'm not comfortable with the UK having total control in respect to that. Also,
when you say total control, because I believe that there's, when I was looking over the bill, that there's a section in there that actually allows the governor to transfer responsibility either to the deputy governor or to anyone else, which
Or
means
any
that
minister.
and a minister,
Yeah.
as well. So
Yeah.
similar to what was done with the prisons,
Yes,
at one point
correct.
in time. That is quite possible as well. So question there would be, what are the possibilities of that occurring?
Well, you are 100% right. There is provisions in here, and I'm assuming, matter of fact, it's not my place should make assumptions for what the governor's office is going to do. That opportunity is within the law that they can do that.
Mm-hmm.
The governor nor his office has done any public consultation, so we don't know what is in their mind. I don't know that it is there, so we know that if it's passed, that they can say, okay, I'm allocating this responsibility to this minister or to the deputy governor or what have you.
Or a minister can ask for it too,
Or a
as
minister,
well,
exactly.
and then let him say no.
Exactly. That's a very good point. But you see, the fact is that they don't come to the people and talk to the people, so nobody knows what's going on. And this is a problem. So again, for the fourth time, I'm going to ask the governor's office to come out and speak to the people of the Cayman Islands, because you did this wrong in the first place. You put in the regiment and before you had the law. And we talk about rule of law in the Cayman Islands. I think that you have a duty to come and speak to the people. But yet it's been now 3 weeks since I brought this up, and I still haven't had a word from the governor's office to the people of the Cayman Islands. But I'll leave that there. That being said, I don't know what the governor's plan is in respect to that provision to pass on or delegate those responsibilities to a minister or the deputy governor. And that's under clause 10, 2, and says governor may consult and exercises the governor's delegated responsibilities for the regiment matters. The minister and the deputy governor may be consulted, consult the board. So he has the right to pass on those authorities on to those persons. And that's good. I'm glad to hear that he has the authority to, but I would like to think that it should be the practice, as in to say it will be delegated to a Caymanian arm. In my opinion, even though the deputy governor is sworn to the Queen and is more to the Queen than the people of the Cayman Islands, I would at least feel more comfortable with him being in charge on a full-time basis. But it's for the governor's office to come and answer that to the people. I can't assume based on what the law says. I can only say that that option is there. Whether they'll take up that option is a totally different thing. So there is some parts in this bill that I think need to be amended. I think one of them I didn't say, which is this whole ability to send Caymanians that are part of the regiment off to overseas conflicts, I think needs to be withdrawn out of this bill, and I will not be supporting that clause under no circumstances.
How does that clause read? Now, can you find it and see what it reads?
Yes.
Because
hold on, you're going to have to give me a minute for that.
Sure, okay. Go and talk, and we can find that and come back to that later on. Not a problem.
But ultimately, I think that clause needs to be taken out. So there's about 3 major points of this bill that people are concerned about. One, the ability to send Caymanians off to conflicts. The other part was the people who are in the regiment could be, are persons who are not sworn to Cayman. Because it's basically any overseas British territory citizen or overseas British citizen can apply to be a part of this. And when you're talking about using a regiment for potential defenses, the question then comes in is, where is your obligation? In any kind of defense or military arm, the question comes up is, where is your allegiance and who's your allegiance to? So if that is an element of this bill, why are we just picking any and everybody up? This is not the Cayman Regiment. This is the British Overseas Regiment because of the persons they have installed in it. In my humble opinion, I would have liked to know that the regiment was filled of Caymanians only. That's my personal opinion. I am not in control of this. I'm one of 19 members who decide to vote on this bill. But bearing in mind, this bill is being brought to the House, the Legislative Assembly, by the governor's office. That's a strong indication to consider. And the reason why I say that is because if the bill is coming from the governor's office, even if we don't pass it in the House, we may find ourselves in a situation where Section 81 could be called on again, because it's obviously of the view of the governor that they want this in. So I think this is going to be a bit of a controversial bill. And I hope that the people of the Cayman Islands pay close attention to this debate when it comes up, because we're not getting a lot of answers. Now, to be honest with you, Mr. Connor.
You can call me OC.
Okay, thank you. The truth of the matter is, a lot of the speculation and assumptions that we're making can easily be clarified and resolved and calmed if they would talk to the people. The reason why people have to draw conclusions is because they have to read the bill themselves and take the interpretation. Now, legal writing or legalese or drafting is a special skill set. You have to be trained in it and understand the interpretations of things. Now, even myself as a legislator do sometimes have to get some sort of assistance with interpretations of the sentence structure in some of these bills. So I don't falsely interpret something, because I don't want to accuse those who have drafted this bill wrongly. But I am left to only assume, because there is no consultation whatsoever, not even with the members of Parliament. Now, if the approach of this administration and the governor's office is go ignore everybody until we get to the House, and once we're in the House, we have to debate the bill, we have no time to go back to the people and say, okay, this is their interpretation, this is what they're meaning by this, then you ultimately are ignoring the people of the Cayman Islands. That's what you're doing. But this seems to be a common practice, not only by this current administration, but also now by the governor's office, because I don't know how much more times I'm going to ask the governor to come or at least send a team from his office, because this bill is coming from his office, to come and talk to the people about it. Now, if I am wrong and my speculations are wrong, it's for you to clarify, because it's not only my view that I'm sharing, but many other persons are of the same view.
Okay, I have to take a commercial break, and we do have a caller on hold as well. We will take that caller as soon as we return. Sorry. So please stay tuned. For the record, we'll be back shortly.
Stronger, wider, higher, lighter. The all-new Ford Ranger Raptor.
Powerfully built with a 2.0 diesel Panther engine and 210 horsepower. Modern with leather interior and 8-inch touchscreen, Sync 3 technology and power features. Tough, built to handle the off-road with 4-wheel drive, terrain modes, and 10-speed automatic transmission. Coming early October to Vamped Motors, Walkers Road. To find out more and to test drive the bold new Ford Ranger Raptor, visit Vamped Motors, Walkers Road, or call 949-8288.
I grew up in a Canadian village with a general store that had just about anything you could ever need. That's what I'm reminded of every time I go into West Bay Pharmacy. It's not just because it's well stocked with necessities and oddities, but also because it's like our community hub. The staff treat customers like friends. Ron and the team of pharmacists have kept my family patched up and flu-free for years, and there are usually a few good laughs mixed in. They are truly taking care of my health and my family's health. West Bay Pharmacy is the very best of Cayman kind.
Green Turtle. Modern solutions to get you through the new normal. Download the Green Turtle app now and top up yours or a loved one's phone with any mobile carrier in any destination. Home delivery of laptops, tablets, phones, accessories, and iTunes and major online retailer gift cards. And now, home deliveries of groceries and courier service. Guaranteed delivery within 2 hours from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Visit their list of products at greenturtle.ky or download the Green Turtle app today. Green Turtle is not only the future of mobile, but today it can help save a life. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app. The future of mobile, saving lives today.
For the record, with Ort Connor.
Initiating system. For information that matter. For the record, with Ort Connor. Continues right now on Radio Cayman.
Good morning and welcome back to For the Record. We do have a caller. Caller, good morning. Welcome to For the Record.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
Not bad. I think it's disgraceful that government is not consulting the public properly with these bills. It's not good enough just to simply publish the bills and let not come to the public and explain to the public what it is that the government is seeking to achieve and what their understanding of provisions are. Because sometimes what happens is government intends to legislate something and the wording might not exactly and the bill might not exactly say what it is that they're seeking to achieve. And the public won't be able to pick that up unless the government is there to express that, to express what their intentions are, and be able to say, well, I actually don't see that written in the bill. And the other thing is that the regiment is going to. I don't have the bill in front of me, so can't remember the name of the act in the UK, the military, whatever their act is. It's going to make that law in the Cayman Islands.
I
think it's the Armed Forces
Act.
Yes, yeah, and I worry about that. I know that in the interpretation law, it defines Cayman Islands as Cayman Islands, but in this particular law, because this law is referring to other places, I think wherever the Cayman Islands is intended, it should be explicitly expressed in this particular bill if they're going to pass it. But my position is that it shouldn't be passed at all. We have the Minister for Finance telling us that perhaps we might have to consider direct taxation. And he's talking about the next budget being a deficit one instead of a surplus. And yet we're spending more money and for something that I don't believe is necessary at this point in time, although I agree with it in concept down the road once we're in a better position. But not right now. And I looked at the provision that the Mr. Ken Jefferson explained to me on the radio was a provision that the government, the Section 5 of the Public Management and Finance Law, that is for exceptional circumstances. There is no exceptional circumstances that existed to cause the government to start spending money on a regiment that they had a law for. That provision of the law doesn't apply, because the governor said when he first started this was that this was about assisting in the aftermath of natural or national disasters or whatever, and that's not an exceptional circumstance. The regiment wasn't used to save us from some tragedy. That's nonsense. And in my understanding of Section 121 of the Penal Code, that would be a crime to be ignoring and doing things that are unlawful, ignoring a law. This government and this governor is acting way outside of things that I'm comfortable with. And it really, really worries me, because I'm asking myself, we've been talking about the idea of perhaps independence, but if this is being done with the governor, what would happen to us in a case of independence with a government and a system that allows this kind of stuff to go on? I mean, this is deeply disturbing. And nobody wants to come to the public and consult with the public. I mean, Mr. Connor, with all due respect, when His Excellency the Governor was on your show, he wasn't consulting with me. I was consulting with him.
Okay.
Because what he wanted, or what you wanted, was for me to ask him a question. And I wanted to make statements to him. And I just think that I just worry about that. That makes me feel real uneasy. The thought that comes to my mind is, where is the emperor's clothing? And the more I bring this up, there's just a deafening silence, as if nobody heard me say that I think that the governor and the government is acting illegally. And it's just silence. Mr. Brian?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm listening keenly, sir.
This doesn't well with me. We need to get the government to consult with the public properly, not come out and rush it so that we don't even have time to think about and no time to consider what the government has said. That's nonsense. The way the government has been acting is atrocious, and we need the government to properly consult the public. That's good governance. We need His Excellency the Governor to step up and do a better job of requiring the government of which he's a part of to properly consult the public. Mm-hmm. This is unacceptable. And here's what I recommend you do, if I may. Don't support any of these bills unless they do proper consultation. Because they have been doing this for far too long. The consequences in these bills are serious, and we need to put a stop to that disrespect for the voting public regarding no consultation.
Then can I ask you a question? Because you know I do respect your opinion tremendously. You're my friend and a brother as a Caymanian. One of the biggest problems that I'm having with this bill and not supporting an amended version is that I have to recognize there is a large portion of Caymanians who already gave their commitment to this and have affected their lives. They put a lot of training in, and this is the hope for their future, as in to participate in it. We have some very skillful, great young people who went off and are in senior posts in this regiment. For me not to take that into consideration in making a decision for this bill would be wrong. So as a Caymanian that I do represent for you as well, how do you feel about the fact that there are Caymanians committed to this? Though they was done wrong, I agree with you with that. They didn't do it, they did it backwards rather than forward. But they forced my hand to go, okay, I have to kind of want to find a way to figure this out because I don't want to affect negatively the lives of those who've already given their commitment, particularly those who are Caymanian. Those who are not Caymanian, then that's not my main focus at this particular point, but for the Caymanians involved in it. So how do you feel about that as your representative? Even though I don't represent your constituency, I represent you as a Caymanian anyway.
When the governor says that the rule of law is important,
yeah,
I agree with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But think about this from my perspective. What if the knee was on my neck, right?
Mm-hmm.
By a soldier, and the soldier was going to decide what to do or what not to do? How would you feel, the comfort level, what would you feel when you have people who are engaged in something for which there is no authority? The governor doesn't have the authority to contract with them to do anything. He made a mistake, yes. It's wrong, yes. But there is an obligation on each citizen to know what they're getting involved in as well, right? Mm-hmm. And so when a citizen is getting involved in something, they should know whether it's legal or illegal. And if you want to walk down the street with a rifle in your hand because you say you want to do the right thing, I need you to understand the legal issues and the ramifications of what you're involved in. But that's one concern. The overriding concern is that the government is racking up a deficit of $25 million a month on average.
But do you know what the cost associated with this? Because you're the one that brought the cost perspective into my viewpoint. But I know that we were saying the cost deficit. But in order for us to make that analysis, don't we need to find out what the cost amount is first?
Okay. Caller, I'm going to interrupt you there for a second. We have to go to headline news. If you want to hang on the phone, headline news is very quick, maybe a minute or two, and we will reconnect. So don't hang up the phone. Stay on there. For the record, we'll be back shortly.
Satisfaction is guaranteed 24 hours a day, whether it's music or information.
From Grand Cayman to Cayman Brac to Little Cayman, we've got you covered.
You ever hear a thing like that?
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Today's biggest news.
Radio Cayman.
It's only 2 species that we have, on the island.
Generations present.
Your voice, your choice.
It is in the best interest of the people of these islands.
Local, regional, international. This is Headlines from Radio Cayman's newsroom.
Today's biggest news.
Of the 63 test results reported on Tuesday, none came back positive for COVID-19. There are 308 people in isolation currently, either at a government facility or in their homes. So far, there have been 211 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the Cayman Islands. President Donald Trump and his challenger Joe Biden have fiercely clashed in one of the most chaotic and bitter White House debates in years. Mr. Trump frequently interrupted, prompting Mr. Biden to tell him to shut up as the two fought over the pandemic, healthcare, and the economy. The U.S. president was challenged over white supremacist support and refused to condemn a specific far-right group. Opinion polls suggest Mr. Biden has a steady single-digit lead over Mr. Trump. And a special court has acquitted top leaders from India's governing party for their alleged role in the demolition of a mosque in 1992. The former deputy prime minister and 2 BJP leaders had denied charges of inciting Hindu mobs to demolish a 16th century Babri mosque. The demolition sparked violence that killed some 2,000 people. It was also a pivotal moment in the political rise of the Hindu right wing. Those are your headlines. I'm Karsley Fuller.
For the latest in news and information,
follow Radio Cayman on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Download the Radio Cayman app or log on to our website, radiocayman.gov.ky.
Your voice, your choice, your radio.
For the record, with Ort Connor.
Initiating system. For information that matter. For the record, with Ort Connor. Continues right now on Radio Cayman.
Good morning. Welcome back to For the Record. We're going back to the caller. Yes, caller.
Yes. The deficit that we're incurring in the government is planning on projecting a deficit budget. Will the UK have any control over a budget if we go above the 10%, Mr. Connor?
I think they can if it is done irresponsibly. I think if there is sound reasoning for what is being incurred in terms of a deficit budget, we won't have any problems. Actually, they will have to give approval before we actually are able to go put ourselves in that position. But I don't think that there's going to be a problem with the United Kingdom simply because we have seen sound financial management so far.
Right. But when you start needing their approval, it becomes their discretion.
Well, that's kind of the relationship we're in.
Yeah, the FFR. That's what the FFR is there.
Is that the government has managed things so far that we've kept ourselves out of that situation. And what I'm saying is that in a circumstance like we have now, with a future that is uncertain, in which we're banking on a vaccine that might not materialize, what happens if it doesn't? What happens if we continue to rack up the $25 million a month beyond the point that we expected?
Well, caller, if I can say this, because I think I recall somebody saying that you had called in the show one time before with the the finance minister, and they were trying to query about the cost. I didn't get to hear it, but I think the price amount was around $1.3 million. if that is the amount, the question then comes in. I wish I was privy to that information from the minister or even the governor's office as the cost of this. If that's the expected cost per year, the question then comes in if we can resolve the other matters of concern, like sending them off to conflicts overseas. If we can resolve the part about having Caymanians on the board, like the premier and the opposition leader, would you say that 1.3 million in respect to what a regiment that is a Caymanian regiment, Caymanian influenced, do you think $1.3 million is worth what the regiment will offer is the question then? Because in my mind, there is an element of protection that they would offer in, say, for instance, riots. I'm not suggesting that would happen, but God forbid we had circumstances whether there's a major outbreak and people get out of order, or if there's a hurricane relief. Do you think that the value of $1.3 million is worth it, considering the fact of the deficits that we have? So I'm asking you your opinion, because in my humble opinion, I think $1.3 million area is reasonable if we can resolve the other concerns that we have within the bill. What are your thoughts?
In summary, no. But to be specific about, to reply to you, is that the financial thing about 1.3 million, I'm not sure if that covers any travel overseas. And the governor has, I don't mean overseas for combat, but the governor talked about overseas for purposes to natural disasters and so forth. Mm-hmm. What those expenses will be, and I'll venture to tell you that they will rack up quickly. But the other thing is that we have a Coast Guard that is supposed to be being developed. What we should do, in my opinion, it would be better for us to properly establish and to equip the Coast Guard, because I think Coast Guard will have a more significant daily impact on our lives in relation to search and rescue, law and order, and even they will have the capacity to handle any type of situation, I would imagine, that the regiment could deal with.
Could the regiment assist the Coast Guard?
I would disagree with that one, caller.
No. I don't mean in terms of going out and fighting, because you see, what I'm saying is that right there is. Let's just say that we were going to have a regiment that was going into combat. I don't see that happening anytime soon. But let's just say it did. That gets expensive really quickly. And what is in essence happening at the moment is the UK is looking at their financial situation and they're saying, how could we reduce expenses? I have an idea. We have a financial liability for the Cayman Islands regarding defense. How about we establish a Cayman Islands regiment and we remove that obligation and place it on the Cayman Islands regiment for defending the Cayman Islands, for which we pay for. You see, right now is not the time for us to go through that exercise. I think there's more going on here than you realize.
Okay, quite possibly.
Caller, I'll say this. I've taken everything that you've said into consideration. I have to factor all of those things in respect to a balanced approach to this. I do appreciate your input. I do want to move on to a different topic now because I don't have much time, and this is the only topic I've talked about so far. But I do appreciate your call, okay?
Okay.
All right,
Thank you, Carl.
OC,
Sure.
I want to move on now to another bill, but there is some factors that people who are in my constituency, if you're listening, you're hearing some of the concerns that are being raised. If you see me or you want to speak to me, my number is 926-0005 to tell me your opinion about this. I'm reluctant. Normally what I would do to get feedback from my constituency is send out a simple question: do you want me to support a bill or not? I think this bill doesn't have the simple black and white to it. It's more so, maybe I should put the question is, do you want me to support the bill, yes or no, or support an amended version that is more Cayman friendly? So, because there has been a call for public consultation by the MLAs. And I've considered about having one, and I was going to try to get one done tomorrow night, but I've been unable to secure the Georgetown Town Hall so far. But the more I think about it, it is unless the governor's office or the government actually attends these meetings, it's almost irrelevant because the people already know what the bill says. They know what I'm saying. The answers we need is not from me. The answers we need is from those who are bringing the bill, which is the governor's office, supported by this current administration. So if I go down there, I'll just be beating my gums to the people going, oh, look, they're doing this and I don't like that and this and that. So I'm just repeating myself. What we want when they say public consultation has to be coming from the individuals who are bringing the bill. So with that in mind, I think that at least informing the people on the radio about the concerns that I have and for them to let me know whether they have the same concerns may be sufficient enough and maybe not still in respect to consultation. I'm trying to do my endeavor best to inform what these bills have by way of concern. And I sent the bill out via WhatsApp to many people in my constituency who I have their telephone numbers for. If anybody wants a copy of it, they can go on to what's the website, the legislature.ky? Or is it the Gazette?
It's...
just in case if you can't find it online.
Legislation.gov.ky.
Yeah, and even if you Google
legislation.gov.ky.
Legislation.gov.ky, you can find the bill there and read it. If you don't have access to internet and the like, and you would like to still read it, if you want to, you can pop by my office and I'll have my secretary print one out for you. So you can take a read and have a look. Because there may be something in here that you may find issue with that I don't. So I only highlight the ones that I think the general population would have concerns with. But bearing in mind, I do represent your views. So your views is the ones that I can take into consideration.
Okay. Now, I know you want to get on to another bill. We do have a caller. Let's take the
okay.
caller so that when we come back from the break, you can go on to the
judicature
bill. Yeah. Caller, good morning. Welcome to For the Record.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, sir. How are you?
I am fine, sir. Better than the Cayman Islands government right now.
Good morning, Mr. Adams.
And Mr. MLA Brian.
Yes, sir.
Mr. O.C., thanks for the opportunity of taking the call, sir. You know, a lot of times you can, if you look at different things in life, you can apply principles to it.
Yes.
In a lot of respects, our undemocratic, dictatorial, arbitrary system that we live under, because the only part of our system that has any democracy in it is the election process. After that, it's not democratic. And when you're looking at something, you have to decide, looking at a building, looking at a car, or looking at an aircraft, what are they building that for? So you need to have what are the design criteria. In laws, you know, you're building a structure. Is it going to be a house, a restaurant, a garage, or a warehouse? So when you're designing these laws, what is the function of the laws? What do you intend for it to do? You don't build it, present it to the public, and then the public then wants to take a house and convert it into a warehouse or an airport. Because the intent that they intended the law to do is exactly what it's doing. So they're not going to want to change it because the drafting instructions for our laws are always kept secret. So we don't know what their intent was or is. And if you don't have that, talking about changing the structure is a waste of time because they're not going to listen to you because they have achieved what they want to achieve when it was drafted and when the UK passed it. Because realize that everything that goes to the LA has been passed by the UK before. This is the UK's laws that we have here. When you go into LA, you guys are just children on a playing field with all the boundaries set by the UK. And the UK, in the relationship with the colonies, has learned nothing in the last 300 years since the American colonies did a revolution against the UK. They treat us in the same manner, the same dictatorial government by decree manner. So we're talking about the defense bill, which, by the way, I am hoping you will not compromise the way you did, sir, with the agreeing with the Constitution and other certain laws that you have agreed because you agreed to certain parts. You tell them no in no uncertain terms. Take it back. But you should also demand from government, what are the drafting instructions? We've spent a lot of time in the Concerned Citizens Group on the matter of the amendments that are proposed to the prescription law and to the registered land law. And there are a lot of things in that which I won't take time to discuss here.
Well, caller, one quick question, please, if it's very important. You are my constituent, so I have an obligation to listen to you. But you are one of 1,257 persons. That being said, how do you want me to handle the fact that there are young Caymanians who have been committed to this, and do I ignore their commitment so far? Or can we find a resolution with amendments to this? What are your major concerns in the bill, and can we change them? Because outright saying no altogether is not necessarily the solution. Before this bill came and the wording within the bill that was in there, it seemed, in my humble opinion, that everybody was supportive of a regiment. It's the kind of regiment that is the problem. So if we can amend the bill to get the kind of regiment that we want, that we are in control of, that is to our liking, wouldn't that make sense?
Okay, sir. It's a fair question. Very fair question. No. Here is my first initial reaction to you, and I'm going to try to be as short as possible before Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, because we're already gone beyond time for commercial break, but give you another minute.
Do your commercial. I'll wait.
No, we're going to close the lines off after we come back from the commercial break because Mr. Bryan wants to talk about some other bills.
Okay, let me answer his specific question.
Sure.
First part of that answer, sorry. We have services already established to perform the types of services that the governor misled us when he said about what this was going to be, intentionally.
Okay.
The government misled us. Lost confidence totally in anything he says from here on now. And he has no credibility in my mind, but I know he's a mouthpiece for the UK government.
But caller, if you're talking about the certs and stuff like that, you cannot compare what the certs in the various constituencies will do and what people who are properly trained in that area can do. You can't. That's not a fair comparison.
I am agreeing with you, sir. I'm agreeing with you. But we have just started a process of putting together the police, the immigration, and customs, and created a Coast Guard. All of these various things. All of these functions are taking care of Cayman and Caymanians' needs and defense against the importation of drugs and all those things going on. That is the only enemies that we have. Let's don't invent enemies, okay?
1 minute, caller, 1 minute, and we have to go.
So to answer your question, Mr. Bryan, have these people applied to any one of those services and to the combined services? Because it's based on what I've heard some of them on the radio, which I know they've been planted there by the government to phone in, that have any of them applied, and why were they not employed in those positions?
I'm told that there was I'm going to interrupt you and give you a half a minute back. I'm told that you should have seen the line, I think it was last week, Saturday or something like that, the applicants or people who are out there to take the tests for the Coast Guard as well. There is a demand out there. People, we've said that we wanted these things. These are areas that we should have our young people involved in. It's just a question of how we do it. But the need is there. The desire is there. Caller, we're going to ask you to leave us there. Have to take a commercial break. When we return, we're going to close the phone lines off so that Mr. Bryan can concentrate on the other subjects that he wants to talk about. Please stay tuned. For the record, we'll be back shortly.
It was a day that changed my life. No words can describe the feelings of seeing my baby boy sick for the first time. The overwhelming feeling of fear to be responsible for his health and happiness became my priority. So I did what any nurturing mother would do when their baby is sick. I took him to get some of the best medicine possible.
CTMH Doctors Hospital Pharmacy understands the importance of careful decisions you make every day for your family. Our staff work towards healthcare excellence and providing the most current and up-to-date training with pharmaceutical care, so you can feel confident in knowing that your family is safe with the right medication. At CTMH Doctors Hospital Pharmacy, we take care of your health.
Fidelity Bank would like to thank all essential workers. We salute your efforts and thank you for the sacrifices you've made to keep us all safe. During these challenging times we're facing, our top priority is the health and safety of the communities we serve. And while it's true that things are changing rapidly every day, one thing that will never change is our commitment to giving you the best and sound financial solutions to help you during and after the coronavirus pandemic. At Fidelity Bank, our focus will always be you. Fidelity, we're good for you.
What's that? No sugar, same amazing taste? Coca-Cola Zero Sugar is here to stay. Classic taste, pure satisfaction. Be sure to stop into any Tortuga location and get your own case of Coke Zero. Or grab an ice cold one straight from the cooler. Brought to you by Tortuga Distributors Limited. Coca-Cola, taste the feeling, K-Man.
Stronger, wider, higher, lighter. The all-new Ford Ranger Raptor.
Powerfully built with a 2.0 diesel Panther engine and 210 horsepower. Modern with leather interior and 8-inch touchscreen, Sync 3 technology and power features. Tough, built to handle the off-road with 4-wheel drive, terrain modes, and a 10-speed automatic transmission. Coming early October to Vamped Motors, Walkers Road. To find out more and to test drive the bold new Ford Ranger Raptor, visit Vamped Motors, Walkers Road, or call 949-8288.
Now with FedEx, the more you ship, the more you save. Get up to 50% discount when sending your packages to all destinations in the world with our international services. Visit FedEx.com, keyword Caribbean discounts for terms and conditions.
The Fall 2020 Labor Force Survey is currently being conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office. The Labor Force Survey collects data on employed and unemployed persons. Trained interviewers with ESO ID cards will visit randomly selected households in all districts. The interviewers will exercise appropriate COVID-19 protocols using personal protective equipment. The interviews are confidential in accordance with the statistics law. No individual data will be published or disclosed. Survey data are exempt from freedom of information. For more details, please call the ESO on 516-3329.
For the record, with Ort Connor.
Initiating system. For information that matters. For the record, with Ort Connor. Continues right now on Radio Cayman.
Good morning. Welcome back to For the Record. In the studio with me, MLA Mr. Kenneth Bryan. And Mr. Billy, I promise you that 30 seconds, I'm going to give that back to you, tenfold probably later on. My apologies for that, Mr. Bryan.
Thank you so much. I want to say thanks to the callers who called in so far, and I'm really, really sorry that we can't get as much callers as today because there is a lot of bills that I want to at least mention that they're coming to the House, and people can do further research to examine what their really contents are at another date. The one I want to move on to now is the Judicature Law, and it's a bill to just read the objects and reasonings for why it's coming, But before I do that, I want to say that it's coming from the sponsoring ministry, meaning what ministry within government is bringing it to the House is the Portfolio of Legal Affairs. This gives you a little context of who's doing it. Now, the foundation of this change came from the fact that, the lovely lady, Miss Shirley Rolston, challenged the government on the referendum bill. And as a result, she was ordered a no cost, let me make sure I said it, a protective cost order. Now, based on my reading of the current 2017 revision compared to what this bill seeks to amend, is to actually make it legal, if I dare say, to actually put a protective cost order in respect to judicial review proceedings and constitutional proceedings. In Section 24 of the Principal Law, if you were to get a version of that 2017 revision, in there under Section 24, it doesn't have specifics to protective cost orders that deal with constitutional and judicial review proceedings. Hence the reason I think, and again, I'm only speculating these things because the government does not consult and inform the people why they do these things, right? So I have to speculate based on research on your behalf. So my speculation is because there had to be a protective cost order done, and the matter fell under judicial review and constitutional proceedings, because there was no provisions within the 2017 revision, they had to bring these amendments. Now, the amendments also basically outlines the guidelines as to what the judge can take into consideration when ordering a protective cost order. Now, for the average person who may not understand that fully, basically, persons who are taking a case against the government can say to the judge, if I lose, I don't want them to charge me or try to seek cost against me. Many people would never challenge the government if they couldn't get that, because if they were lose, the government can take them to the bank and wipe them clean, right?
Do you think it would be important to look at the objects and reasons and the clause that talks that explains what a protective order is and what is practiced in the UK?
Yeah, I'm going to continue reading on.
Achieve that?
Yeah, I was going to read that on afterwards. I just want to make sure I give a basic average foundation as to the understanding of what I perceive the reason for this bill coming to the House. So, at this particular point, at first I was very concerned about this bill, and I still am, because what it does is, at a time when many Caymanians or the society is more willing today to challenge the state and challenge the government of the day, it seems as if now there's making amendments to make it more difficult for the judge to put a protective cost order in place.
You think that's what it is?
That's my humble opinion. And I think they had to do this, though, in my humble opinion, because there was no provisions within the principal law that covered this area.
Right.
But I don't know, maybe it's just the timing of things and how it's perceived, but this does perceive, why would you bring a bill right now that deals with this type of thing, even though it had to be done? It could come off as if to say, yet again, another hurdle in the way for the people to ever challenge the state.
Or it could be in anticipation of it, because people in the Cayman Islands are becoming more litigious now, right? They're more aware of what their constitutional rights are.
Yes, so there's more challenges going to come.
Prepared to challenge it.
Yeah, but if I mean, I don't have time to go through the whole bill, but it's very, very extensive. It's like examines every single soul that would be associated with a challenge to the state. And if they can't get the money from you, anybody who's associated with you, anybody who's sponsoring you. So what it does is take away all the allies of anybody who would want to challenge the state.
It has a fair factor in there.
There's a fair factor in this bill. It almost sends a message to the public. Don't ever challenge the government and lose, because we're coming for you.
Yeah.
I mean, now it doesn't say that in this bill, but after reading it, it feels that way, particularly in the environment that we are in today. Now, again, I say, I think a bill of this nature had to come, but not with the context upon which is in it, because you don't want a judge making protective course orders if the principal law itself doesn't cover matters in respect to judicial review proceedings and constitutional proceedings. So I understand they had to bring administrative lines in respect to that area. But it's not like the judge couldn't make a decision on his own. Now the judge made the last decision, and they're reasonable, they're the professionals in this field, to make a common sense conclusion as to whether or not this person should be obligated to pay if they lose, or whether they have the affordability to pay. And I'm quite sure the judge made a good decision in that respect to Miss Shirley Rolston, because Miss Shirley Rolston was an average Cayman and just believing in and fighting for the cause to try to protect the people from what she perceived to be something that was wrong. So what I'm concerned about is that if the goal here can't be to stop people from challenging the state when they see things wrong, but also to make sure it's fair and balanced, that people are not just going to challenge the government every day. We don't want that either.
But you also think that this may be an issue that may have been highlighted by the courts themselves, and say, to a certain extent we find that either our hands are tied or we don't have enough latitude and wanting that as well?
Yeah, well, I think I didn't get to see the proceedings because I try to stay away from the courts nowadays because of the influence, right? And I don't want nobody perceiving that I'm trying to influence the judiciary. But ultimately, I think that is exactly where it came from that court case where the judge probably said, listen, there's no areas within the current bill, 2017 revision, that talks about how do I handle protective cost matters in respect to constitutional challenges and judicial review. So he had to make it up as he go. So this is what this is intending to do. But what I'm saying is that, fine, they bring that bill, but the measures that they've put in are so stringent that people go, I don't think I'll ever challenge the government. So again, I'm waiting to hear exactly what their excuses are going to be for how far they're willing to go. Because to be honest with you, some people are people who go, okay, I don't want to be a face of a challenge, but I'll support you. If you even supporting somebody based on this bill who wants to challenge the state, it seems as if the state can come after you too because you were supporting the person. That's how far this is going, and that is what you highlighted it very well, OC. It's a fear factor, and if that's the perception that people are going to feel, that's not good. The people have to feel that they can challenge the state, because sometimes politicians lose their way, and I'm one of them. I know the challenge of that power in your lap and you can do this. Eventually they get drunk on it. And if there's too much fear for the people to challenge them, they're going to get worse, and then we're going to get more dictatorial-like. So that's my concern about this. And I'm going to leave that there for that one and move on now to another bill that is coming, because I know the time is passing us very quickly. The Legislative Assembly Independent Management Bill. This one is not very controversial at all. This is a common practice that happens in other jurisdictions, where the Legislative Assembly is a separate entity and separate arm away from the civil service. Currently, right now, the management of the Legislative Assembly is done by the civil service, and the head of it is the Honorable France Manderson. And it's guided by Miss Gloria McField Nixon. She's basically like a chief officer that controls the hiring, the firing, the practices, and all those things of the Legislative Assembly. What this bill seeks to do is called the Legislative Assembly Management Bill 2020. It seeks to provide for the independent management of the administrative functions of the Legislative Assembly. So there's not too much complications in it. The biggest issue is who really going to have the final say.
And this bill will establish a commission to carry out the management of the administrative functions as well, right?
Yes. And that commission will be made up of many members of the House itself, the Legislative Assembly. So it didn't make much sense to go into the functionality of this bill, because it doesn't affect you, the average person, as much as these other bills, other than the fact is the administrative role of our House of Democracy. So I think it's pretty straightforward. I think it's necessary, and I think we should have been done it from ages ago, and I support the almost 98% of it in respect to how it is. The other major concern is the registered land law and the prescriptive rights law. This one has some controversial perceived issues within it, because right now a lot of people are knowing about there's a lot of right-of-ways that are not registered, and that in itself is controversial because Caymanians need to have their right to have access to places that they've always had access to, whether it's a right-of-way or access to the beach and the like. So we have some outstanding cases, and I have got to be very careful how I speak because I don't want to prejudice the cases that are before the courts. But ultimately, what I understand this situation to be in respect to the bill, looking at the primary bill and the amendments, is simply to allow those ones that are not being challenged at the moment to allow the Register of Lands to actually register those ones that are not challenged. Because currently, right now, the interpretation by the legal drafting department is the Register of Lands, which is Miss Lisa, I can't remember her name. She does not have the authority to do so. At least that's their interpretation. Many people have a different view of that in respect to whether she has the right to do so. Now, once the way the law is written, once there's a challenge, she cannot register them. So what it does in respect to the prescriptive rights, there's amendments to the prescriptive rights and amendments to the registered land law that recognizes that the register, as long as there's no disputes over it, they can register it right away. Now, it talks the big issue that a lot of people are speaking about in respect to this bill is the concern about whether or not there'll be objections. The truth is, the current law already allow for objections. The amendment, you go, well, why are they putting in these new provisions in there for amendments or added amendments to the principal law to allow for objections? The truth is, other sections of the law already allows for amendments. There's a difference between not for amendments, for objections to anybody registering a bill. It's just that they're covering it, the duplication of it when it comes to the registrar. So a person can object to a right away, principally right out the back. This amendment, as I understand it, reading the amendments and the principal law, is simply to allow the registrar to address right-of-ways and access that are not challenged. So that's where the wording comes up about as long as there's no dispute by the landowner.
Yeah.
So that creates the conflict. But what I tell you this, even though that I don't think these principal laws here are of controversial issues as many people may have been seeming it to be, it does cover one major thing, and it's going to become a very hot topic. And it has to do with the DART deal and the NRA agreement.
Okay.
Because basically what has happened is, depending on the ruling of the courts about those right-of-ways that were not registered when they were asked to be registered before the DART deal, it's going to have some serious implications to government and what they agreed to do before. Because there has to be a decision made by the courts as to whether or not that was right or whether it was wrong, whether or not the registrar had the authority under the law to register that. Now, again, the legal drafting department is of the view that they didn't have the legal right, hence the reason they're bringing these amendments now to give them the authority later on, only if they're not disputed. But once they're disputed, the legal drafting department or the legal advisory team of the government is that they are not the final decider. Only the courts can decide whether or not how to resolve the dispute. It's not the Register of Lands, which I agree with, because the Register of Land, that burden of dispute can't be with a government department. It has to be the final say of the courts, because they would just appeal it anyway. I think that this bill is addressing the concern about ones that are not in dispute, make a register it right away. So in the future, we don't have any more problems. Yes. But we're going to have to keep a close eye on that case that this bill is trying to rectify right now that the situations that have happened with these right-of-ways that are not registered doesn't happen anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But if the courts finds in favor of the plaintiffs in the case to say that they were wrong not to register them, we're going to have a serious problem, because you realize that one of the right-of-ways that are in dispute is right through the middle of the tunnels on West Bay Road.
Mm-hmm.
Another one of them up there by Raleigh Key, where the Dart deal went down. And there's serious implications to it. Now, I don't want to say much more than that, because I don't have enough money to be sued by these entities who are billionaires. And neither do I want to challenge the court system and influence it in any way. But this bill, the discussion and the protections of the Legislative Assembly to talk about the realities of what is here, is something you want to listen to. It's very serious, and it does talk about protecting our rights to access, particularly to the beach, and some common roadways that we've always used in Cayman. So I'll leave that one there.
Well, I'll listen to it as long as when several provisos. Number one, they have to start on time at the Legislative Assembly.
I can't control
the lunch breaks can't be too long, and when they come back from the lunch break, they have to start on time again, because sometimes you know you have the radio there, you're listening, and it's nothing but music. Radio came on, and then when they come on, they're on for maybe an hour and a half, and boom, that's it, gone again. You know?
I'll have a word with the Honourable Speaker to let him know your concerns, and also the fact that some of the things that are going to come up actually in the Legislative Assembly Management Bill is that those little minor things. Like, one thing I'll support Mr. Miller, Ezra Miller, the former leader of opposition, former minister, is that we need better structure with our parliamentary proceedings. As a young member, I am not happy that every time I've never been there on time once yet. Let me rephrase that. I've been there on time. We've never started on time. The only time I think that has even happened, we were still about 4 or 5 minutes late, was when the governor was coming to the house. And then we never actually come back within the period of time with respect to lunch. But don't get this wrong, you know. It's not only the speaker that is responsible for that. It's the members. There's so many members where the speaker will say, listen, I need you back in 20 minutes or half an hour. And members just disappear and don't come back, that you can't even make quorum, and the speaker cannot call back the House if there's no quorum. So there's a level of responsibility on the members, on the speaker to keep control, on the party whip, which is the Honorable Austin Harris. He's supposed to keep his government in control, because they're the ones that's bringing the House in order. Realize that the opposition doesn't have to even be in their seats, you know. It's the obligation of the government to have enough members for the House to start. Anyway, I think I'm going on to other things. I think one of the other bills, and let me just quickly say, just for announcements, some of the bills that are coming that I won't cover. Limited Liabilities Partnership Bill, the Securities Investment Bill. I went over the Judicature Bill, the Prescription Law, the Registered Land Law, Legislative Assembly Amendment. Okay, so there is some bills that are coming to deal with the Development and Planning Amendment Bill. Now, there's a lot of controversy around this one as well, but I had the opportunity to sit down and speak with the Deputy Chief Officer and the Director for Planning, and going through the bill line by line, and I see where the functions of what is being said is not what it could be interpreted as, and I'm waiting to hear what the debate by the Minister, the Honourable Jory Hew, is going to say, because there's some changes in there, like, say, for instance, changing the size of a gas tank that you can use at home, whether you need planning approval for that. That's normal practice to update these things, whereby you may buy a gas tank from a reputable manufacturer that the principles of how they made it in their planning codes is so robust that planning department don't need to really even inspect that. Once you get it from a reputable company, they go, we don't have to do planning and inspection because it's already so robust. There is stuff like that. There's talks about And I think that's a good thing, by the way, because it gives less hurdles for homeowners, because we're moving from those regular cylinders, gas tanks, because it depends on the size house you have or how much cooking you want to do. Rather than doing it every year, you buy one of those bigger ones, and then you won't need it for five years, and just do it with one-time thing rather than every year. So I think that's a practicality of that. And you have a lot of pretty wealthy homes that are are expensive homes that are being developed, and they are starting to put in those for emergency purposes. You never need to worry about electrical and all that stuff, right? Some of the other things was the delegation of responsibilities. The director for planning, the way the laws are written, have to basically sign off on everything. And as the cabinet secretary, you know that as being head of a department, it becomes very onerous on you to be having to sign off everything. Nobody else has the final say. So what this bill allows is for him to delegate some of that responsibility to sign off on things, so he doesn't have to be there signing off on every particular thing. So that covers a lot of that. It also is going to be covering some of the zoning of Georgetown in respect to the heights of buildings and the design of the frontline coast, particularly in Georgetown Central. So that's why I had to go and speak with them about that. I'm waiting to hear more from the minister, but so far I haven't found anything too controversial that I'm not going to support. There was some speculation at first, and I put the question to them. I don't want to mention it on air, but there was some speculation as to why this bill was coming. Based on going through the review and looking at the principal bill, I feel better and I feel more comfortable on behalf of the people of Georgetown Central that the bill seems within reason.
Okay, we're going to take our last commercial break, folks. Please stay tuned. For the record, we'll be back shortly.
Fidelity Bank would like to thank all essential workers. We salute your efforts and thank you for the sacrifices you've made to keep us all safe. During these challenging times we're facing, our top priority is the health and safety of the communities we serve. And while it's true that things are changing rapidly every day, one thing that will never change is our commitment to giving you the best and sound financial solutions to help you during and after the coronavirus pandemic. At Fidelity Bank, our focus will always be you. Fidelity, we're good for you.
Green Turtle, modern solutions to get you through the new normal. Download the Green Turtle app now and top up yours or a loved one's phone with any mobile carrier in any destination. Home delivery of laptops, tablets, phones, accessories, and iTunes and major online retailer gift cards. And now, home deliveries of groceries and courier service. Guaranteed delivery within 2 hours from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Visit their list of products at greenturtle.ky or download the Green Turtle app today. Green Turtle is not only the future of mobile, but today it can help save a life. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app, the future of mobile, saving lives today.
It's time to buy smart. It's time to buy Ropers. Find everything for your home and kitchen at low prices. Ropers. Appliances, dishware, bulk foods, and so much more. With huge savings. Ropers is stocked for your hurricane supplies. Don't cut back on your needs. Cut back on your spending with Ropers. Your neighborhood store. Value. Integrity. Ropers Enterprises. 122 Industrial Way. Call 949-2511. Clean up your spending with Ropers. Ropers, providing products and services for better public health.
What's that? No sugar, same amazing taste? Coca-Cola Zero Sugar is here to stay. Classic taste, pure satisfaction. Be sure to stop into any Tortuga location and get your own case of Coke Zero. Or grab an ice-cold one straight from the cooler. Brought to you by Tortuga Distributors Limited. Coca-Cola, taste the feeling, Cayman.
The Cayman Islands Regiment is looking for outstanding individuals who want to make a difference, gain unique experiences, and be part of a team that delivers safety, security, and aid to those in need within the Cayman Islands and across the wider Caribbean region. To find out how to join and what the requirements are, visit exploregov.ky/CI Regiment and apply today. Application deadline has been extended till October 4th.
Are you registered to vote? Your vote matters because your vote is your voice. The next deadline to register to vote is the 1st of October. For more information about who is eligible and how to register, head to elections.ky or call 949-8047. Register before the 4th of January to vote in the next general election on the 26th of May, 2021.
For the record, with Ort Connor.
Initiating system.
For information that matter. For the record, with Ort Connor. Continues right now on Radio Cayman.
Good morning and welcome back to For the Record. We're in the last segment of the show this morning with MLA Mr. Kenneth Bryan. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Connor. Just quickly, I was going to mention two more bills and then go into some parliamentary questions. There's a current bill called the Public Health Amendment Bill. And this bill is pretty straightforward, nothing too controversial, and something that I expected, actually. It says a bill for a law to amend the Public Health Law 2002 revision to increase the penalty applicable where an offense is committed for which a specific penalty has not been provided in law. Mm-hmm. Now, you expect this particularly because there's a lot of circumstances that has come up as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and to keep persons in line with public health rules and regulations, penalties and fees and structures like that are what keep people in line and make sure that they don't break the rules, so we can keep us safe. So this is not a big surprise, and I expected that to come, and I support the government and the Minister for Health. Just so you know, it's being brought by the Ministry and Portfolio for Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing, which is the Honourable Dwayne Seymour. I support him on that bill because I think it's necessary so people don't take COVID-19 lightly. Now, the next bill that I'm going to quickly say about is the Merchant Shipping Amendment Bill 2020, a bill for a law to amend the Merchant Shipping Law 2016 revision to adjust the reference in the definition of approved countries to Schedule 3 of the money laundering regulations. Now, these are more so for financial services related industries, and these little tweaks are happening here and there to make sure that we keep regulated with international norms. So there's no major concern in respect to that one that I think will hurt the people directly on a regular basis. OC, I want to take this opportunity now to go into some parliamentary questions that I have submitted to the House. So far, I've submitted 14 questions, and I want to just quickly read them. I'm not going to go into the analysis too much as to why I've put them there, because most of the meat of it comes in the supplementaries. Okay. But the first one, let me deal with the first two. Actually, one that I think a lot of people want to know about is, and this question is to the Minister of Commerce and Planning, the Honourable Joseph Hew. Can the Honourable Minister say when the government intends to restart the NICE program? Now, a lot of people are still looking forward to that as a way of work, and I think they should really, now that the whole COVID-19 and the gathering amounts is at a safe level, they should start it right now. They will help with the unemployment element. So I just want to know an update there. And in respect to another one to the Honourable Premier, my second question is, can the minister say if work can determine whether there have been an increase or a decrease in employment amongst Caymanians specifically, and if there has been any decrease, can work determine whether the job losses are COVID-19 related? Here's the reason why. We don't collect data very well in the Cayman Islands. That's why we can't make good decisions. For one, at this current moment, unless something has magically changed, you can't even tell how many Caymanians are employed. You can tell how many work permit holders are employed because of our immigration system that we have. I need to know if work is working on this. Mm-hmm. No pun intended, right? But this is a very important factor because we cannot control the unemployment or overemployment of Caymanians if we don't know the figures. And not only do we not know the figures, I am concerned. Here's one of the big problems that I'm hearing. A lot of employers are using COVID-19 related matters as a way to release people from work. And then they release them and say, boy, you know, things are hard, I gotta let you go. Mm-hmm. But a month later, you're applying for a work permit. That's a concern I have, and it has to be investigated properly. But we cannot investigate that if you don't even know why the people, how many Caymanians are employed, or even the reasons why they're being unemployed.
So maybe they should set up a facility whereby if you have been let go by your employer, that you go and register. Not only that you're unemployed, but that you have been let go by a particular employer so that they can keep that employer then under the radar.
I don't want to give away too much of the meat because, to be honest, and I'll say this. I'm going to read the question simply and not go into my supplementaries. Here's why. If the minister is listening, or any minister is listening, and they hear what my potentially supplementary questions are going to be, they will refuse to answer it. If I get half of these answered, I'd be surprised, because they don't want to deal with any questions coming up right now. So I got to be careful with too much I say, then they'll go, oh, you don't bring that one, don't bring that one down with the house, because Kenny can ask too much questions, right? So let's just go ahead and straight through the other ones. This one, starting at the top, goes to Honorable Joseph Hew again. Can the Honorable Minister say if a flood management assessment was undertaken on the possibility of flooding to the adjacent roads as a result of the extension of the Owen Roberts International Airport? As you know, Crew Road is my constituency, and the effects of making change of the lay of land, I hope that to know what you've done in respect to assessing my adjacent constituents around there. Next question to the Minister of Education. Can the Honourable Minister say whether an executor of a will is allowed to take a loan or charge against a property for which they are responsible for? And if so, what are the restrictions and limitations for doing so? Sadly, I've recently found out there was an executor of a will, took a loan out. Now the bank is taking away the property, and the persons who were the what do you call them again? The
beneficiaries.
The beneficiaries are stuck because they've lost the property and they can't get a penny. So I know the answer to this question, but I'm setting it up for a reason, so I'll not say much more than that, right? Next question to the Honourable Premier. Can the Honourable Minister say when will the Advisory District Council's law come into effect? That's a pretty straightforward one. It's either you're doing it or you're not doing it. I want to hear what he has to say about that.
The next, it has been amended, or what?
No. Well,
because there's a law.
There's a law there.
There's a law there. It's
so you enact the law. We just get you talking about.
But I thought it was enacted, whether or not they're applying it.
Well, that's what I mean. Enforce it. That's what I mean. Yeah. So enforce the law, but the law cannot be enforced without his direction. You see. So basically, the question is, when do you apply?
Because they have to appoint the members.
Exactly,
like that,
and the only person that could do that within the law is him.
Yeah.
So it's because of him why we don't have district councils today. Next question. This one is to the Honourable Dwayne Seymour. Can the Honourable Minister say whether the Health City Hospital has been allowed to practice additional areas of medical practice beyond that which was agreed upon when it was awarded the license and the concessions? Remember now, you got all these concessions because you weren't going to compete with the rest of the people around here. Has that changed? And if it has changed, you're going to give me back some of the money that I gave you?
My understanding is there's some more competition will be coming along as well.
Exactly.
New entities being proposed as
exactly.
well. Hopefully that.
Well, I have no problem with
give the general public more choices,
more options.
And
that's good. That's not the question. I want as many hospitals here so it can be cheaper for the average Caymanian. But I'm saying is, you can't have an agreement to say I'm going to give you this. You stay within those parameters, give you all the concessions, and my excuse to the rest of the hospital doctors out there is, don't worry, they're not going to be competing with you. That's why I can give them those concessions. And then you change the arrangement later on to say now they're going to compete with you. It ain't fair to those who are in the industry. And it ain't fair to the taxpayers of the Caymanians either, because those duties are supposed to go to the people. Now, if that is changed, I'm not saying it can't change, but you got to give me the parameters as to why it changed and how we're going to rectify the agreement from before. Moving on. The next question is to the Minister of Health, Environment, the Honourable Dwayne Seymour. Can the Minister provide an update on the investigation into the vote of no confidence in the director prepared by the staff of the Mosquitoes Research Unit? You remember now they called for him to step down, and they say they're investigating it. I want to know the update, because they just brush these things under the rug. Ain't going to do it under my watch. Next question is to the Honourable Premier. Can the Honourable Minister say whether a non-profit organisation are subject to provisions of the labour law? If so, why not? That one is going to be interesting. I'm not going to elaborate anymore, but I would really like to know that. Can people who work for non-profits be treated differently? You'd be interested to find out the answer, but hopefully that comes to the House. The next question goes to the Honourable Premier again. Can the Honourable Minister say whether the Royal Caymanians Police Service has acquired the necessary equipment to monitor the music levels to enforce the Music and Dancing Law 2019 revision? Because we hear all this music playing all over the place. I can't ask the police to control it if they don't have the equipment. You're talking about the decibel volumes.
Yeah, the decibels,
so I want to see if that has been ordered. They promised me that from 3 years ago. Last two questions. Can the Honourable Minister, and this one is to the Honourable Premier again, can the Honourable Minister provide an update on the minimum wage review? We've been promised this for over 2.5 years now. We still haven't heard anything. I want an answer to that. The next one is to the Honourable Joseph Hugh. Can the Honourable Minister say how does the NRA and the National Roads Authority decide whether to use chip and spray as opposed to tarmac to cover the road? And I'm going to add any more to that because there's a strategy there.
And you need to add on to that question, have cyclists been consulted when putting that chip and spray on the verges of the road where you expect them to cycle? But you're going to give me away.
The next question, there's two more, sorry, to the Honourable Juliana Connor-Conley. Can the Honourable Minister say when will the government school teachers receive the increase to their salaries to meet the promised minimum wage of $5,000 in accordance with the government's announcements? Straightforward again. Yeah. The next one is to the Honourable Moses Colonel. Can the Honourable Minister say how many people have been awarded the benefit of the tourism COVID-19 stipend? Mm-hmm. That's it. So a lot of questions. I there may be about 5 more filed between now and the deadline, which is in about, I think the deadline is next week, Wednesday, before I can cut it off.
You go. Is it the 14th? You go.
We go on the 14th, but the parliamentary standing orders say you have to submit those questions 10 days before the day of the sitting. Okay. So I have about 4 more days left, 4 or 5 more days left. OC, it was a wonderful show. I'm sorry that I couldn't take more calls today, but I really have to let the people know what is coming before the House. The next time I'm here is probably the day of actually the sitting of the House.
Yeah.
2 weeks from today would be.
It's going to be on a Wednesday, definitely.
Oh, the 14th.
So Mr. Miller's next week,
and then I'm the following week. So that's actually week. That's the day we go to Parliament on the 14th.
Yes. Yeah.
So I will be back the day we start the Legislative Assembly.
So are you planning on being on here? Because I am trying to accommodate the credit union as well to get them on. Now we're working on the 12th for them, but they were asking for either the 12th or the 14th. So if I knew you had to leave early, I could probably give them a little bit more flexibility as well.
How about we go just until 9? And then they can come in from 9 till 10. Because
we could do that.
That way I can get to the Parliament on time. Whether they start on time is a totally different thing.
Okay, I'll talk
Mr. Connor, thank you so much for the listening audience. I appreciate you giving me your time. God bless you, and you have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much too. And by the way, our friends in Bermuda go to the polls tomorrow.
Yes.
Of course, the ruling party has already won 3 seats without even a vote being taken.
The PLP?
Yeah.
How?
3 seats already. No challengers.
You serious?
3 seats.
I listened to the campaign song last night. It's really amazing. I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Folks, I want to thank you for allowing Radio Cayman and by extension For the Record into your homes, into your vehicles as you traverse the busy roads of the Cayman Islands, into your places of work, wherever that may be. I also want to remind you that we are our brothers and our sisters' keepers. There is always someone out there who's less fortunate than we are, and I ask you to extend a helping hand to them. If you can't do that, then I suggest you donate to a worthy charity, because we always want to consider those who need, not necessarily those who want or even those who crave. So I say to you, have a great day. Continue to support your radio station, Radio Cayman. Join Sterling Dwayne Ebanks at 12:15 for Talk Today. I think Raymond Singh is filling in for him. And as usual, we ask the good Lord to bless these 3 beautiful, wonderful Cayman Islands.
For the Record is brought to you by Vamped Motors, the only authorized Ford and Toyota dealership serving the Cayman Islands. Cayman Pharmacy Group, with a location in West Bay and professional pharmacy at CTMH Doctors Hospital. The Cayman Pharmacy Group has a location for you just around the corner. Seaboard Marine, with over 35 shipping ports, find your shipping solution by calling 949-4977 or visit seaboardmarine.com for competitive rates. Coca-Cola, available across the Cayman Islands from Tortuga Distributors. Accept no substitutes. Taste the feeling with Coca-Cola. Brand Source Home Gallery, inspiring luxury. And Fidelity Bank. Fidelity, we're good for you.
Also brought to you by Ropers Enterprises, 122 Industrial Way. Products and services for better public health. And Green Turtle. Take a ride on the Green Turtle Express today. Download the Green Turtle app, the future of mobile, saving lives today. Community radio with a different appeal. The voice of the people. Security through adversity. Stuck on you. Radio for all time.
You're listening to Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands.
Today's biggest news.
Radio Cayman.
It's only two species that we have, on the island.
Your voice, your choice.
It is in the best interest of the people of these islands.
Local, regional, international. This is Headlines from Radio Cayman's newsroom.
Today's biggest news.
Isolated thunderstorms are expected across Cayman from later today as a tropical wave currently extending across western Jamaica moves into our area by late evening. Our forecast calls for partly cloudy skies with a 40% chance of rain and thunder, and temperatures will rise to the upper 80s. In an unusually emotional address, Chancellor Angela Merkel urged Germans to, quote, continue acting patiently. Germany has announced measures to limit the size of gatherings and fine those who break tracking rules. Belgium's coronavirus death toll has passed 10,000, while over 117 people have been infected. Donald Trump and rival Joe Biden clashed over vaccines and masks during a chaotic debate. New York City has announced it will fine people who refuse to wear face masks or coverings. The UK recorded its highest number of daily coronavirus cases. A group of senior MPs has warned Johnson it would be, quote, unacceptable to introduce further restrictions without Parliament's approval. The world has seen more than 33.6 million coronavirus cases and 1 million deaths. Those are your headlines. I'm Karsley Fuller.
For the latest in news and information,
follow Radio Cayman on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Download the Radio Cayman app or log on to our website, radiocayman.gov.ky.
Your voice, your choice, your radio.
RC Fusion.
Brought to you by Nathan General Maintenance and Construction. You break it, they fix it. Call the General for a free quote. 917-7586.
RC Fusion.
TC Paint Shop.
The TC Paint Shop is the authorized dealer for Sherwin-Williams in the Cayman Islands. 943-0565, 27 Godfrey Nixon Way. We are so looking forward to serving you soon.
RC Fusion.
Brought to you by K&A Janitorial. A cleaner home is a good step forward for your mental peace. It's time to call K&A Janitorial Services at 326-3379.
RC Fusion.
And the Georgetown Farmers Market. It's time you start eating local. The market at the Cricket Grounds. Proudly Caymanian and 100% fresh.
RC Fusion. RC Fusion.
¿Cómo te llamas, baby? Desde que te vi supe que eras pa' mí. Dile a tus amigas que andamos ready. Esto lo seguimos en el after party. ¿Cómo te llamas, baby? Desde que te vi supe que eras pa' mí. Dile a tus amigas que andamos ready. Esto lo seguimos en el after party. Con calma, yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese girl. Es una asesina cuando baila, quiere que todo el mundo la vea. I like your girl. Con calma, yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese girl. Tiene adrenalina, mete la pista, venteame lo que sea. I like your girl. Ya vi que estás solita, acompáñame. La noche de nosotros tú lo sabes. Que gana me dam, dam, dam de guayarte, mami. Ese ram, pam, pam, yeah. Esa criminal como lo mueve es un delito. Tengo que arrestarte porque pienso y no me quito. Tienes criminality, pero te doy fatality. Vívete la película flotando en mi gravity. Dar y poner la regla, tiene que obedecer. Mami no tiene pausa, ¿qué es lo que vas a hacer? Échale, échale, échale para atrás. Échale, échale para adelante, para atrás. Con calma, yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese girl. Es una asesina cuando baila, quiere que todo el mundo la vea. I like your girl. Con calma, yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese girl. Tiene adrenalina, mete la pista, venteame lo que sea. I like your girl. Tú tienes candela y yo tengo la vela. Llama 911, se está quemando la suela. Me daña cuando la faldita esa me la modela. Mami, estás enferma, pero tu show no lo cancela. Te llaman a ti, la reina de party. Mete esa tunga, tiene ese party. Tira tu paso, no, no, no pare. Oh, dale, dale. Somos los bandidos de la rumba y romance. Y zumba de DJ otra vez pa' que dance. Échale, échale, échale pa' atrás. Échale, échale.
religion, yes, she Jacqueline Ari. Everywhere me go, me never left her at all. You said that me stole me at the Ram Dance Man. Ram it in a dance hall in a nation. You never know, say that me stole me at the Boom Shop. I take my never lay down flat in a one cardboard box. You said that me Yankee, I go reaching at the top. So yo quiero ver como ella lo menea. Mueve ese girl. Es una asesina cuando baila, quiere que todo el mundo la vea. I like you, girl. Con calma. You know, say that me stole me, I go blame. I like you, girl. Take the man that say that me stole me, stab a girl down the lane. I love you, girl.
vuelves loco cuando tú te pegas, mami. Es que me vuelves loco cuando tú me besas a mí. Es que me vuelves loco y loco. Es que me vuelves loco. Es que me vuelves loco y loco. Es que me vuelves loco. Es que me vuelves loco cuando tú te pegas, mami. Es que me vuelves loco cuando tú me besas a mí. Es que me vuelves loco y loco. Es que me vuelves loco. Es que me vuelves loco y loco. Es que me vuelves loco. Vamos, dale, morena, remolcando en la arena. Hagamos que la vuelva por la luna llena. Me tiene muñecona loco y sin idea. Hasta que salga el sol bailemos sin pena. Vamos, dale, morena, remolcando en la arena. Hagamos que la vuelva por la luna llena. Me tiene muñecona loco y sin idea. Hasta que salga el sol bailemos sin pena. Ven, bailalo, que contigo yo me sumo. Bailalo todo juntito y sin rumbo. Bailalo a Santo Domingo, nos vamos. Y después vacilar por el mundo. Bailalo, ra, ra, ra. Bailalo, bailemos hasta abajo, más. Bailalo, ra, ra, ra. Y gózalo, bailemos hasta abajo, más. Ay, ven, bailalo. Ven, gózalo. Ay, ven, gózalo. Que la rumba está buena y contigo, morena, a Santo Domingo es que me voy yo. Ven, bailalo. Ay, ven, bailalo. Ven, gózalo. Ay, ven, gózalo. Que la rumba está buena y contigo, morena, a Santo Domingo es que me voy yo. Looney Tunes, Mr. G, Chris y Ángel, para los latinos, para la República Dominicana y toda mi latinoamericana. Tú sabes, los MVP.
Radio K-Man 89.9 FM. Hope you are having a great day indeed. Big shout outs going to our sponsors here at RC Fusion. Our good friend Nathan, General Maintenance and Construction, for all your construction needs. Make sure you give him a call today for a free quote. Also, big shout outs going out to TCE Paint. Hey, if you need something from Sherwin-Williams, they've got it for you. Also got to send big shout outs going out to K&A Janitorial Services. Give them a call today if you happen to need some janitorial services. Hey, and of course, don't forget to check out our friends over at the Georgetown Farmers Market for fresh fruit, foods, and other items. Anyways, we want to say thank you once again for keeping it locked right here to Radio K-Man's RC Fusion. More great music is on the way.
In Grand Cayman, some things just go together nicely. Like Christmas time at Cayman Style Beef, 7 Mile Beach, and a beautiful sunset. Sandbar, stingrays. Cox Lumber has teamed with TCE Paint Shop, the exclusive Sherwin-Williams dealer in the Cayman Islands. You can now find a Sherwin-Williams Paint Center inside both Cox Lumber locations. Sherwin-Williams award-winning architectural paints and sundries. Our paint experts will help you with all of your painting projects. More info at coxlumberltd.com. Some things just go together nicely, like Cox Lumber and TCE Paint Shop, the authorized Sherwin-Williams dealer in the Cayman Islands, inside both Cox Lumber locations.
In case you did not hear, Cayman is the most expensive place to live. You have to do what you can to conserve. Did you know that maintaining your appliances on a regular schedule can help save thousands of dollars in costly breakdowns and electricity bills? Call Nathan General Maintenance and Construction to find out how you can start saving money today. They specialize in all home repairs from appliances, flooring, electrical, AC units, home repairs, and big construction jobs. Call the General for a free quote at 917-7586.
Nathan General Maintenance and Construction. You break it, they fix it. Call the General for a free quote, 917-7586. All Radio Cayman listeners, take 5 to 10% off your home project with Nathan General Maintenance and Construction. Just mention you heard it on Radio Cayman. Your Radio Cayman 7 a.m. news, brought to you by Cayman National, proudly serving the Cayman Islands since 1974. Visit www.caymannational.com for up-to-date information for all your financial needs and follow us on social media.
I
am Acting Inspector Kevin Bull, Area Commander for the Sister Islands. The RCIPS and Cayman Brac Police Station wish to inform the public about the new installation of school zone signs and amber flashing lights. These lights and signs are located in the area of the Creek and Spotgate Primary and Junior Infant School, the West End Primary School, and Lehman Eastcott Senior High School. Motorists are being reminded to practice safe driving habits every time you get behind the wheel and to drive within the speed limit of these islands. The speed limit of school zone when the amber lights are flashing in the morning and afternoons on weekdays is 15 miles per hour. Persons found in contravention of this speed limit during the school zone times will be ticketed. Please note there is a $40 fine for every mile over the limit. Anyone found driving more than twice the maximum speed limit will be warned for intended prosecution and, on conviction, be disqualified for a minimum of 6 months. Thank you for your cooperation and the part you'll be playing in keeping our children of Cayman Brac safe by driving within the speed limit.
Radio Cayman News.
Many countries are experiencing continuing challenges with COVID.
That brings the islands to 209 cases year to date for SARS-CoV-2, with 4 on Cayman Brac.
The home isolation participants are required to wear an I'm Safe smart wristband.
This is a win for government, and it is a win for the people of the Cayman Islands.
Radio Cayman, your voice, your choice for today's biggest news.
Hey. Hey. It's a wonderful feeling, I know. It's a wonderful feeling. Ooh. There is something about this place right now, have me burning up like heat. Beautiful colors on the main road, blocking up the street. When the trucks start to move, you go feel to walk up. When the trucks start to move, you go feel to wind down. If you want to groove, put rum in your cup and get in the mood. This is not a joke now, it's a parade. Behind the truck, getting a non-stop winding all day, and we're not giving up. And even if the rain come down, that no bother we. And even if the rain come down, that no bother we, because we just up and we costume, and we pay to come out and play. We pay to come out and play. And on stage, we jamming, whining in the sun all day. We pay to come out and play. We pay to come out and play. Is it the music that pumping, or all my friends I see? When the vibes start to move, you go feel to walk up. When the vibes start to move, you go feel to wind down. If you want to groove, put rum in your cup and get in the mood. This is not a joke now, it's a parade. Behind the truck, getting on non-stop, winding all day, and we're not giving up. And even if the rain come down, that no bother we. And even if the rain come down, that no bother we. Because we just up in we costume, and we pay to come out and play. We pay to come out and play. And on stage, we jamming, we whining in the sun all day. We pay to come out and play. We pay to come out and play. We jamming, we whining, we liming. I want you to go and hug up a friend, cause you don't know when you will see them again. I want you to go and hug up a friend, cause you don't know when you will see them again. I want you to go and hug up a friend, cause you don't know when you will see them again. I want you to go and hug up a friend. Hey. This is not a joke now, it's a parade. Behind the truck, getting a non-stop winding all day, and we're not giving up. And even if the rain come down, that no bother we. And even if the rain come down, that no bother we, because we just up in we costume, and we pay to come out and play. We pay to come out and play. And on stage, we jamming, we whining in the sun all day. We pay to come out and play. We pay to come out and play. We jamming, we whining, we liming. Hey, we pay to come out and play. We pay to come out and play. Hey, we pay to come out and play. Hey, we pay to come out and play. We pay to come out and play. Hey, we pay to come out and play. Queen of Bacchanal. Martian music. Destra. Martian music. You might get lucky. You can't handle me.
Haitian music.
When the music hits you and when the music hits you and the night is young, we partying now until the sun come. Make sure when you come, just bring some rum. I want to get drunk. Come let the music take over. Yes, we'll be whining and jumping, everything up in the air. Put something up, drinks in the air. Put something up, the fat is over here. Put something up, rise up in the air. Put something up, free yourself, let loose a little. No matter where you're from, fat like you never fat before. Release, I'm starting jumping. Release, I'm starting jumping. Release, I'm starting waving. Release, everything. Release, your problems and pain. Release, tell me your brain. Release, let the party people say. The party people say. Some love this thing, them carnival. I want to see them pretty gal. Tonight is plenty bacchanal. Everything up in the air. Lady, just wanna run a little for me. Just drop it low and bring it up to me. Got fellas staring like they've never seen anything like this before. Girl, do it, go. Release, I'm starting jumping. Release, I'm starting jumping. Release, I'm starting waving. Release, everything. Release, your problems and pain. Release, tell me your brain. Release, let the party people say. Put something up, drinks in the air. Put something up, the fat is over here. Put something up, rise up in the air. Put something up, free yourself, let loose a little. No matter where you're from, fat like you never fat before. Release, I'm starting jumping. Release, I'm starting jumping. Release, now starting waving. Release, everything. Release, your problems and pain. Release, tell me your brain. Release, let the party people say. The night is young, we partying now until the sun come. Make sure when you come, just bring some rum. I want to get drunk. Come let the music take over. Yes, we'll be whining and jumping, everything up in the air. Put something up, drinks in the air. Put something up, the fat is over here. Put something up, rise up in the air. Put something up, free yourself, let loose a little. No matter where you're from, fat like you never fat before. Release, I'm starting jumping. Release, I'm starting jumping. Release, now starting waving. Release, everything. Release, your problems and pain. Release, tell me your brain. Release, let the party people say.
Can't ball in a life, man. Go on with it, go on with it. Yeah, is it? Are you kidding me? Toast, yeah. So we are coming with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reaping, we coursing on full. Oh, in a rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks that we need it the most. We have to give thanks that we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all of my life, man. My thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah. Gratitude is a must. Yeah. The blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends that take off with the load. One time this sit down in a class on the board, then police set the road, and one with the road. Third one, me me if you tell them my story. Just show the sins upon me. And that's how I made to give him the glory. I'm delighted. Jah knows I'm a passion ignited. Got the music, me excited. Coming like a potion. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings, not just for the flops. Yeah. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall, never right hand. But I toast with the friends to take off every load. One time kids sit down in a class and we board. Then only set the road and we go on with the road. Toast, yeah, yeah. To toast. Oh, in a rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to. Thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings, not just for the flux. Yeah. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, we see blessings fall, never right hand. But I toast to the friends to take off every load. One time kids sit down in a class and we board. Then only set the road and we go on with the road. Toast. Yeah.
It's mango season, and the Georgetown Farmers Market is proud to be open to serve you with the freshest in local produce, along with locally made preserves and crafts, and stock full of tasty, delicious, finger-licking mangoes. Start feeding your family the best in locally harvested produce. Farm to fork produce is picked at peak freshness, bursting with flavor and vitamins. A boost to our economy and support for local farmers. You are what you eat. If you are proud to be Caymanian, then it's time to start eating local. The market at the Cricket Grounds, proudly Caymanian and 100% fresh. And with a stock full of your favorite mangoes. Water Authority Cayman wishes to advise its valued customers and the motoring public of planned new works to the water supply infrastructure along Crew Road on Sunday, 4th October from 4 a.m. to 12 p.m., weather permitting. During the course of these works, access to Crew Road will be restricted to local access only from the junction of Agnes Way near Jose's Esso and the junction of Linford Pearson Highway near King's Sports Center. Signs will be in place to direct the flow of traffic, and all motorists are asked to drive with caution when they are in the area. Water Authority Cayman appreciates the patience and understanding of its customers and the public as it undertakes these works and apologizes for any inconvenience caused.
The Cayman Islands Regiment is looking for outstanding individuals who want to make a difference, gain unique experiences, and be part of a team that delivers safety, security, and aid to those in need within the Cayman Islands and across the wider Caribbean region. To find out how to join and what the requirements are, visit exploregov.ky/CI Regiment and apply today. Application deadline has been extended till October 4th.
Sing
lighter them they sing fence. Yeah, me no shades. Push up the lighters. Whoa, whoa. Push up the lighters. Can you hear me when I say, put your lighters in the air? Lighters in the air. If you know your heart clean like a whistle. Like a whistle, heart clean like a little whistle. Hey, me and my brother them good. Me never grudge Teflon. Family me deal with me bun, yes man. In a interview them ask enough question. Them want know where me born and where me come from. Tell them, De La Vega same time. That's how me born right on the train line. 10.5 seconds a game time. And if a brother and a half, me say me we share mine with them. Share it like a good news, call me love me family like a cook food. Late in the hours of night we cook food. Every plate of it full up of rice and good stew. Hey, let me see some lighter. From your nose say you feel alright. I miss a love defeat all evil. That song you have to clean out people. Can you hear me when I say, put your lighters in the air. Lighters in the air. If you know your heart clean like a whistle. Like a whistle, heart clean like a little whistle. Hey, clean like a whistle. Like a whistle, oh, clean like a little whistle. Hey, easy no shades, now watch your face, daddy bands. Clean like a whistle and I see him so we bond. You believe in me and everywhere me perform. People as say under the ear to me heart, Zion. Kelly said don't say your words, zinc fence, them can't say we sound never work. Hey, Teflon all the crown, them are yours. Couldn't help but fi write it down in a words, yeah. Because me certain, who no not trade me fi none of the pearl them. Enough people a walk on road in a clean clothes, but them hearty want detergent. Hey, so make me see some lighter. If you know, say you feel alright. I miss a love defeat all evil. That song you have to clean out people. Can you hear me when I say, put your lighters in the air. Lighters in the air. If you know your heart clean like a whistle. Like a whistle, heart clean like a little whistle. Clean like a whistle. Like a whistle, heart clean. Whoa, whoa, boy. Heart clean like a whistle. Heart clean like a whistle. Like a whistle, heart clean. Alright, yeah. Easy yourself in a Isa. Every cake you say I forget a piece of. Settle yourself, cause namde Calico. Oh, boy. Easy chakula. Hey, remember you tell me for straight like ruler. Hey. Yes, I bless up all of the clean out people in the world. The ones with the dirty heart too. We still believe in you. We still have faith in you. Yes, boy, Chronics. Big up all them real high school friend them. Hey, don't say a word. Sparks, we ain't not say a word neither. Loving it to me, loving it to me, yeah, boy.
Hey, I guess it's true, I'm not good at a one-night stand. But I still need love, cause I'm just a man. These nights never seem to go to plan. No, I don't want you to leave, will you hold my hand? Oh, won't you stay with me? Oh, you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see.
fancy. Oh, your heart state, now no vacancy. Last time, see up on FaceTime, chatting up the place, bout in our relationship. Me, I go put you on lockdown. I put your body on lockdown. You got me on lock now. You got my person on lock. Oh, if you love me, you should let me. You should let me. You should let me know. And if you don't know, better feel let me. Better feel let me. I better you let me go. Pulling up, pulling up, pulling up. Nobody deal with the bugger and talking. Me nothing know we are chilling in an apartment. Hope you don't mind me asking, where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Oh, maybe gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. And a fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me. You know I'm feeling you. So what now we for do, yeah. Say you want travel, we go Hope Valley. Say you hope in your love and not just no tally. Make my heart full of some, I love you totally. Do my own thing, I'm in no trouble, nobody. I'm watching out on the party out. And they didn't hear by them I watch me now. Swing on me, no miss like Pacquiao. What you feeling for hot coffee, yo? What you know, what you know? All you want talk about how much your money. Yeah, anything you want, coffee got the money. Yeah, me give you my heart, make you take it from me. Where will we go? Where will we go now? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Where we go road now? Oh, maybe gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. And a fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me, baby. You know I'm feeling you, baby. So what now we for do, yeah. Baby, are you feeling me? Cause I'm really feeling you. Baby, are you feeling me? Cause I'm really feeling you. I'ma pull up in my fast car. Pull up in my fast car.
In case you did not hear, Cayman is the most expensive place to live. You have to do what you can to conserve. Did you know that maintaining your appliances on a regular schedule can help save thousands of dollars in costly breakdowns and electricity bills? Call Nathan General Maintenance and Construction to find out how you can start saving money today. They specialize in all home repairs from appliances, flooring, electrical, AC units, home repairs, and big construction jobs. Call the General for a free quote at 917-7586.
Nathan General Maintenance and Construction. You break it, they fix it. Call the General for a free quote, 917-7586.
All Radio Cayman listeners, take 5 to 10% off your home project with Nathan General Maintenance and Construction. Just mention you heard it on Radio Cayman.
In Grand Cayman, some things just go together nicely, like Christmas time at Cayman Style Beef, 7 Mile Beach, and a beautiful sunset. Sandbars, Stingrays. Cox Lumber has teamed with TCE Paint Shop, the exclusive Sherwin-Williams dealer in the Cayman Islands. You can now find a Sherwin-Williams Paint Center inside both Cox Lumber locations. Sherwin-Williams award-winning architectural paints and sundries. Our paint experts will help you with all of your painting projects. More info at coxlumberltd.com. Some things just go together nicely, like Cox Lumber and TCE Paint Shop, the authorized Sherwin-Williams dealer in the Cayman Islands, inside both Cox Lumber locations.
Hi, this is Danny Coleman, Director of Hazard Management Cayman Islands. We're about to enter the height of the hurricane season, and given that we've already seen a significant amount of activity in the Atlantic this year, we're really asking the public to get ready for the next few months. Some tips of getting ready: be informed and know your risks associated with the high winds as well as storm surge. Find out how high your home is above the sea level and the flooding history. If you have any new buildings or roads that have been constructed near you, this could impact levels of flooding that you may not have previously experienced. Determine where you, your family and your pets will shelter in a storm. Know where the public shelters are, and if you have medical needs, be sure to go to a shelter that is a designated emergency medical centre. Make sure your home, car and property insurance, as well as your passports and other important documents, are up to date and that you have copies and photographs in a secure and dry location. If you have a boat, please decide now where and how you will secure it. Check your hurricane shutters, and if you don't have them, consider purchasing plywood. Stock up on hurricane supplies, non-perishable items including prescribed medication and personal sanitation items. And for more information, please visit our website at www.caymanprepared.ky. Be informed, make a plan, Be prepared and stay safe, Cayman.
Your Radio Cayman 6 p.m. news, Monday through Friday, is brought to you by Logic. Your life connected.
Join the Cayman Music and Entertainment Association for the Family Summer Beach Party at Public Beach. Saturday, October 3rd at 3 p.m. Pack your cooler and picnic basket. Come out and enjoy the Cayman sunset. Spend some family time on your world-famous 7 Mile Beach. Featuring music by DJ Martino, DJ Silverfox, DJ Stephen King, DJ Atom Skill, DJ Sheriff, DJ Lil Jon, DJ Frost, and many more. The Summer Beach Party is completely free. Saturday, October 3rd, 3 p.m. until on the world-famous 7 Mile Beach.
Show you, man. Back to back, we are getting rid of. Cleaning up. Now, our crew, we have to dig up scenes. Let us one step up in live and Stripe said we are here. Yes. Don't drink coffee, I drink roots, my dear. And I love my morning ride. You can see it in my motions when I walk. I'm a Jamaican in New York. Down Church Avenue with my hat leaned to one side. You can see it when I walk. I'm a Jamaican in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm a Jamaican in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien, I'm a Jamaican in New York. Yes. Roughness maketh man, as someone said. He's the rude boy of the day. Takes a man to make a stand. Sometimes get wild. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm a Jamaican in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm a Jamaican in New York. Nice enough a party can lead to notoriety. Pretty soon they'll know you as the Don. Because we live so hearty. Babylon don't like we. Still we're gonna party till the sun. Hey, you don't stop, you proceed. 'Cause this is the rhythm and the rhyme you need. Shine is gonna take the lead. Ah, yeah, them not sure, man. Well, I'll do no one. Step up on the step, all yard man, put up on no one. I make it world know say uno have ambition. All yard man, put up on no one. I make it world know say uno have ambition. Well, are we? And well, are we a yardy? And well, are we? How we there? We there, New York City. How we? Come here for nothing, make some money. We have to do that to feed with family. Shocking madness does not make a man, and we're not the only ones with God.
RC Fusion.
Brought to you by Nathan General Maintenance and Construction. You break it, they fix it. Call the General for a free quote. 917-7586.
RC Fusion.
TC Paint Shop.
The TC Paint Shop is the authorized dealer for Sherwin-Williams in the Cayman Islands. 943-0565, 27 Godfrey Nixon Way. We are so looking forward to serving you soon.
RC Fusion.
Brought to you by K&A Janitorial. A cleaner home is a good step forward for your mental peace. It's time to call K&A Janitorial Services at 326-3379.
RC Fusion.
And the Georgetown Farmers Market. It's time you start eating local. The market at the Cricket Grounds. Proudly Caymanian and 100% fresh.
RC Fusion. RC Fusion.
You are listening to Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands.
Today's biggest news.
Radio Cayman.
It's only 2 species that we have, on the island.
Your voice, your choice.
It is in the best interests of the people of these islands.
Local, regional, international. This is Headlines from Radio Cayman's newsroom.
Today's biggest news.
Government issues travel guidance for those planning to visit Cayman when the borders reopen next month. They cover issues such as travel time approval, PCR testing on arrival to Grand Cayman, and the new quarantine at residence program. For all the latest information, head to exploregov.ky/travel. U.S. voters have endured the first of 3 presidential debates between U.S. President Donald Trump and Joe Biden. The event has also prompted a huge reaction from world audiences who tuned in for the chaotic event. Newspapers and commentators around the world have criticized the tone and tactics of the debate. As the Times in the UK wrote, quote, "The clearest loser from the first presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden was America." And a French military plane broke the sound barrier and startled Parisians after it was scrambled to aid a commercial aircraft which had lost radio contact. Players at the French Open Grand Slam tennis tournament paused play in astonishment. The capital has been on edge after a knife attack last week deemed a terrorist act by authorities. This time, French police hastened to urge residents fearful of an explosion not to call emergency services. Those are your headlines. I'm Karsley Fuller.
For the latest in news and information,
Follow Radio Cayman on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Download the Radio Cayman app or log on to our website, radiocayman.gov.ky.
your voice, your choice, your radio.
RC Fusion.
Brought to you by Nathan General Maintenance and Construction. You break it, they fix it. Call the General for a free quote. 917-7586.
RC Fusion.
TC Paint Shop.
The TC Paint Shop is the authorized dealer for Sherwin-Williams in the Cayman Islands. 943-0565, 27 Godfrey Nixon Way. We are so looking forward to serving you soon.
RC Fusion.
Brought to you by K&A Janitorial. A cleaner home is a good step forward for your mental peace. It's time to call K&A Janitorial Services at 326-3379.
RC Fusion.
And the Georgetown Farmers Market. It's time you start eating local. The market at the Cricket Grounds. Proudly Caymanian and 100% fresh.
RC Fusion. RC Fusion.
pichabas, ahora yo picheo. Antes tú no querías, ahora yo no quiero. Antes tú me pichabas, ahora yo picheo. Antes tú no querías, ahora yo no quiero. No, tranqui, yo perreo sola. Yo perreo sola. Yo perreo sola. Yo perreo sola.
Ok, ey. Que ningún baboso se le pegue. La disco se prende cuando ella llegue. A los hombres los tienes de hobby. Una malcria como Nairobi. Y tú la ves bebiendo de la botella. Los nenes y las nenas quieren con ella. Tiene más de 20, me enseñó la cédula. Ey, del amor es una incrédula. Ella está soltera antes que se pusiera de moda. No creen amor, le damos el foda. El DJ la pone y se la sabe toda. Se trepa en la mesa y que se en el perreo no se quita. Fuma y se pone. Se llama si te necesita. Pero por ahora está solita. Ella perrea sola. 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 Tiene una amiga problemática y otra que casi ni habla, pero las tres son una diabla. Y ahí se puso mini falta, los Phillies en la Louis Vuitton los guarda. Y me dice papi, estoy bien dura como Nati. Borracha y loca, a ella no le importa. Vamos a perrear, la vida es corta. Ey. Y me dice papi, estoy bien dura como Nati. Después de las 12 no se comporta. Vamos a perrear, la vida es corta.
Antes tú me pichabas, ahora yo picheo. Antes tú no querías, ahora yo no quiero. Antes tú me pichabas, ahora yo picheo.
Yo nunca te he pichado, mami.
Antes tú no querías, ahora yo no quiero. No, tranqui, yo perreo sola. Yo perreo sola. Yo perreo sola. Yo perreo sola.
Guayna, mami, baila. Pa' que lo baile, esa nena está dura. Mírala cómo se menea. Me tiene loco, you know, ella que algún flow va.
Y tu figura, me gusta cómo te menea. Tu piquete y tu flow bailando dembow así. Esto es pa' que baile.
El verano y rico nos vamos. A tu marido en su casa lo dejamos. Allá te prendemos y lo navegamos. Pa' Punta Cana no escapamos. Y el traje de baño poder quitarte. Ese cuerpito no se comparte. Ve y dile chao al pana. Dile que conmigo te quedaste. Y el traje de baño poder quitarte. Ese cuerpito no se comparte. Ve y dile chao al pana. Que ya llegó el fin de semana. Guayna,
así que baila, me soca. Y perreo, perreo y perreo. Y tu amiga en el jangueo. Y fumeteo, en la disco y lo teo, teo. Y a lo loco conmigo. Toda la noche castigo. Hago el diente contigo. En la disco y lo teo, teo. Esto es pa' que baile, mueve la cintura y dale pa'l suelo. Que quiero verte moviéndote así.
Esto es pa' que baile, mueve la cintura, dale pa'l suelo. Mañana amaneces, denme, guayna, 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 mami, baila, baila.
Pa' que lo bailes, bebé, pa' que lo muevas, bebé.
Guayna, 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 mami, baila, baila.
Pa' que lo bailes, bebé, pa' que lo muevas, bebé.
N.I.C.K. Nicky, Nicky, Nicky Jam. Anuel, saca white black. Reggie el auténtico. Anuel, la industria es.
Radio K-Man 89.9 FM. One of our proud sponsors of the RC Fusion is Nathan General Maintenance. Did you know that maintaining your appliance on a regular schedule can help save thousands of dollars in costly breakdowns in electricity bills? Do you have an appliance at home or something that needs to be fixed up around the house? Well, call Nathan General Maintenance and Construction to find out how he can help you save money today. Call the General for a free quote, 917-7586. Mention that you heard it here on Radio K-Man and you can save 5 to 10%. Once again, the number is 917-7586. Nathan General Maintenance and Construction, a proud sponsor of the RC Fusion show right here on Radio K-Man's 89.9 FM.
It's mango season, and the Georgetown Farmers Market is proud to be open to serve you with the freshest in local produce, along with locally made preserves and crafts, and stock full of tasty, delicious, finger-licking mangoes. Start feeding your family the best in locally harvested produce. Farm to fork produce is picked at peak freshness, bursting with flavor and vitamins. A boost to our economy and support for local farmers. You are what you eat. If you are proud to be Caymanian, then it's time to start eating local. The market at the Cricket Grounds, proudly Caymanian and 100% fresh. And with a stock full of your favorite mangoes.
Hey, hun, what you doing?
Putting things away in the shed since it's hurricane season. You know, preparing for the better.
Don't you mean preparing for the worst?
No, for the better. Since we have Britcay Insurance, we're fully covered against hurricanes. Plus, they have response teams ready to help us file a claim faster. If I were preparing for the worst, I'd watch football all day.
Still don't get it.
Isn't there a match on?
Oh, really?
Let Britcay prepare you for the better this hurricane season. Call 949-8699 or visit britcay.ky.
As the community continues to take precautions from COVID-19, it is important to stay prepared for other disasters now that we're in the hurricane season. Here are some post-hurricane safety tips from the Department of Environmental Health. Always separate debris from household garbage after a hurricane. Debris includes roofing materials, tree branches, and metals. All items of debris must be placed in separate piles and must not cause obstruction to roadways or come in contact with electrical lines. For full guidance on post-hurricane safety tips, visit www.deh.gov.ky.
Sometimes I feel I've got to run away, I've got to get away from the pain you drive into the heart of me. The love we share seems to go nowhere, and I've lost my light, for I toss and turn, I can't sleep at night. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears and that's not nearly all. Tainted love, tainted love. Now I know I've got to run away, I've got to get away. You don't really want any more from me to make things right. You need someone to hold you tight, and you think love is to pray, but I'm sorry, I don't pray that way. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears and that's not nearly all. Tainted love, tainted love. Don't touch me, please, I cannot stand the way you tease. I love you though you hurt me so. Now I'm gonna pack my things and go. Tainted love, tainted love, tainted love, tainted love. Touch me, baby, tainted love. Touch me, baby, tainted love. Tainted love. Tainted love. Tainted love.
In case you did not hear, Cayman is the most expensive place to live. You have to do what you can to conserve. Did you know that maintaining your appliances on a regular schedule can help save thousands of dollars in costly breakdowns and electricity bills? Call Nathan General Maintenance and Construction to find out how you can start saving money today. They specialize in all home repairs from appliances, flooring, electrical, AC units, home repairs, and big construction jobs. Call the General for a free quote at 917-7586.
Nathan General Maintenance and Construction. You break it, they fix it. Call the General for a free quote, 917-7586. All Radio Cayman listeners, take 5 to 10% off your home project with Nathan General Maintenance and Construction. Just mention you heard it on Radio Cayman.
It's mango season, and the Georgetown Farmers Market is proud to be open to serve you with the freshest in local produce, along with locally made preserves and crafts, and stock full of tasty, delicious, finger-licking mangoes. Start feeding your family the best in locally harvested produce. Farm to fork produce is picked at peak freshness, bursting with flavor and vitamins. A boost to our economy and support for local farmers. You are what you eat. If you are proud to be Caymanian, then it's time to start eating local. The market at the Cricket Grounds, proudly Caymanian and 100% fresh. And with a stock full of your favorite mangoes. Miller's Plumbing, with over 47 years of experience. They will get the job done for you on time, the first time. Call them at 949-4709 for a free estimate. Miller's Plumbing, a proud sponsor of Radio Cayman's 7 a.m. weather update.
Mr. Plumber, I've come to fix the sink.
For the health of it, Radio Cayman's premier health show is brought to you by Healthcare Pharmacy, the Cayman Islands Civil Service Association, Holy Cross Hospital,
Cayman Fertility Center,
and EatingClean.com.
This is For the Health of It with Tara Bush.
Rolling signature, cross my T's, cause I have all the requirements that you need. My resume is flawless, suitable, diverse, reliable. If you're hiring, I just want to go to work, boss lady. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for it, boss lady. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, and I go work it properly. You say I have a vacancy, I go be number one employee. I aim to please, guaranteed. I fit and ready. Alright, yeah, well equipped. The structure, a time in it. This economy, I've been looking for work, boss lady. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for it, boss lady. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, and I go work it properly. So put a work in front of me, and I go get in right away. I'm gonna put me back in it, for your working properly. So put a work in front of me, and I go come in right away. And let me put me back in it, and I go work it properly. Boss lady, I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for it, boss lady.
Radio K-Man 89.9 FM. Hope you are having a great day indeed. Big shout outs going to our sponsors here at RC Fusion. Our good friend Nathan, General Maintenance and Construction, for all your construction needs. Make sure you give him a call today for a free quote. Also, big shout outs going out to TCE Paint. Hey, if you need something from Sherwin-Williams, they've got it for you. Also got to send big shout outs going out to K&A Janitorial Services. Give them a call today if you happen to need some janitorial services. Hey, and of course, don't forget to check out our friends over at the Georgetown Farmers Market for fresh fruit, foods, and other items. Anyways, we want to say thank you once again for keeping it locked right here to Radio K-Man's RC Fusion. More great music is on the way.
Hey, 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 yeah. Party mash up again. Hey, hey, girl them bubbling. Hey, hey, bring all your friend them. Hey, hey, everybody drinking. Hey, hey, yeah. Who cares what they thinking? Hey, hey, beer vibes, beer vibes, beer vibes, beer vibes, beer vibes. Everybody singing. Oh, we don't have no behavior. Total disorder. Don't cross the border. Don't cross the border. Bartender, hurry up with my order. Oh, the whole place get turned over. Can't play mass if you're afraid powder. Everybody know every time we touch down it's splinters. That's my show. Fine, 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 yo, Holland pull up. Mash it, fine, fine, fine. Every man put your hand up, every girl start whining. It's splinters. That's my show. Fine, 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 yo, Holland pull up. Mash it, fine, fine, fine. Every man put your hand up, every girl start whining. No, they can't drink like we. None of them can't fit like we. Can't have energy like we. Full of stamina, full of vibes like we. Vibes up from the time that we reach. Drinks up, now the madness release. We having a good time, having a good time. We don't have no time for bad mind. Boy, we don't have no behavior. Total disorder. Don't cross the border. Don't cross the border. Bartender, hurry up with my order. Boy, the whole place get turned over. Can't play mass if you're afraid powder. Everybody know every time we touch down it's splinters. That's my show. Fine, 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 yo, Holland pull up. Mash it, fine, fine, fine. Every man put your hand up, every girl start whining. It's splinters. That's my show. Fine, 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 yo, Holland pull up. Mash it, fine, fine, fine. Every man put your hand up, every girl start whining. Do dig no scene if a drunken thing. No stush vibes, no modeling. Pure bacchanal, pure reveling. Every girl just start to wine Panaman now. Look back at him. Hold on, selector, pull it up again. Lost my friend, them I can't find them, but that ain't nothing. I still singing the anthem. Oh, we don't have no behavior. No, I don't know what name behavior. Right now, drinks flowing like water. I see my cup run it over. I wobbling, but my head on my shoulder. Party time, we say what name sober. We staggering, we mad again, trouble again. So let we sing again. Oh, we don't have no behavior. Total disorder. Don't cross the border. Don't cross the border. Bartender, hurry up with my order. Oh, the whole place get turned over. Can't play mass if you're afraid powder. M. Yeah. Jumping a style and the rhythm like angle bang. What a da bang. Angle bang. Have a little money in my pocket 'cause I just got paid. I could do it a little more, but I'm still irate. So now I'm stepping out to a party. Trouble when I link up with my friends and family. Man, anywhere we go, we mash it up. We rip it up, we mash it up. Girl, them a fi bubble and them a fi back it up. Everybody see we and they say we act it up. We just living, mash it up. We rip it up, we mash it up. Girl, them a fi bubble and them a fi back it up. Everybody see we and they say we act it up. Hey. So I go take a little drink and I go do what I want. And I go wine if I feel like. And I go live how I want. Hey, so I go take a little drink and I go do what I want. And I go wine if I feel like. Yeah, and I go live how I want. You don't know the vices. Work hard, play harder. 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 Work hard. Look me, I never trouble and trouble never trouble me. Hey, how we don't have time to argue with nobody. Say, we just living the good life every day. Hey, say that go bother way. You don't know we are ready, yeah. Man, anywhere we go, we mash it up. We rip it up, we mash it up. Girl, them a fi bubble and them a fi back it up. Everybody see we and they say we act it up. We just living, mash it up. We rip it up, we mash it up. Girl, them a fi bubble and them a fi back it up. Everybody see we and they say we act it up. Hey. So I go take a little drink and I go do what I want. And I go wine if I feel like. And I go live how I want. Hey. So I go take a little drink and I go do what I want. And I go wine if I feel like. And I go live how I want. You don't know the vices. Work hard, play harder. 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 Work hard. Angle bang. What a da bang. Angle bang. Jump in a style and the rhythm like angle bang. What a da bang. Angle bang. Man, anywhere we go, we mash it up. We rip it up, we mash it up. Girl, them a fi bubble and them a fi back it up. Everybody see we and they say we act it up. We just living, mash it up. We rip it up, we mash it up. Girl, them a fi bubble and them a fi back it up. Everybody see we and they say we act it up. You don't know the vices. Work hard, play harder. 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 Work hard.
In Grand Cayman, some things just go together nicely. Like Christmas time at Cayman Style Beef, 7 Mile Beach, and a beautiful sunset. Sandbars, stingrays. Cox Lumber has teamed with TCE Paint Shop, the exclusive Sherwin-Williams dealer in the Cayman Islands. You can now find a Sherwin-Williams Paint Center inside both Cox Lumber locations. Sherwin-Williams award-winning architectural paints and sundries. Our paint experts will help you with all of your painting projects. More info at coxlumberltd.com. Some things just go together nicely, like Cox Lumber and TCE Paint Shop, the authorized Sherwin-Williams dealer in the Cayman Islands, inside both Cox Lumber locations.
My name is Jonathan Webster, and I was given the nickname Zoom because I was a guy who liked to speed around and enjoyed fast cars.
On the 26th of October 2006, Jonathan lost control of his vehicle and crashed.
My car jumped the curb, hit a building, the car flipped, and ejected me through the passenger window. The car ended up on top of me. I never thought this could happen to me. Fortunately, I walked away. Other people aren't so lucky.
Road deaths and accidents from speeding are preventable.
It can happen to you. Slow down, Cayman.
Brought to you by Rotary Central Cayman Islands.
Hi, this is Danny Coleman, Director of Hazard Management, Cayman Islands. We're about to enter the height of the hurricane season, and given that we've already seen a significant amount of activity in the Atlantic this year, we're really asking the public to get ready for the next few months. Some tips of getting ready: be informed and know your risks associated with the high winds as well as storm surge. Find out how high your home is above the sea level and the flooding history. If you have any new buildings or roads that have been constructed near you, this could impact levels of flooding that you may not have previously experienced. Determine where you, your family and your pets will shelter in a storm. Know where the public shelters are, and if you have medical needs, be sure to go to a shelter that is a designated emergency medical centre. Make sure your home, car and property insurance, as well as your passports and other important documents, are up to date and that you have copies and photographs in a secure and dry location. If you have a boat, please decide now where and how you will secure it. Check your hurricane shutters, and if you don't have them, consider purchasing plywood. Stock up on hurricane supplies, non-perishable items including prescribed medication and personal sanitation items. And for more information, please visit our website at www.caymanprepared.ky. Be informed, make a plan, be prepared and stay safe, Cayman.
Tell her try your best just to make it quick. Come and tend to the sick. There must be something she can do. This heart is broken in two. Tell her it's a case of emergency. There's a patient by the name of Gregory. Night nurse, only you alone can quench this your thirst. My night nurse, oh gosh, oh the pain is getting worse. I don't wanna see no doc. I need attendance from my nurse around the clock. 'Cause there's no prescription for me. She's the one, the only remedy. Night nurse, only you alone can quench this your thirst. My night nurse, oh the pain is getting worse. I'm hurt by love. I don't wanna see no dog. I need attendance from my nurse around the clock. 'Cause there's no prescription for me. She's the one, the only remedy. Night nurse, only you alone can quench this your thirst. My night nurse, oh the pain is getting worse. I'm hurt by love. And I'm sure no doctor can cure. Night nurse, night. that's no lie. Oh, oh, stick by me, I'll stick by you. When you cry, I cry too. Oh, oh, stick by me, and I'll stick by you. Remember my heart and my love belong to you. Oh, oh, stick by me, I'll stick by you. Friends may try to hurt us, scandalize our name. No one can tear us apart. You've got a place in my heart. Oh yeah, I love you, darling, and that's no lie. Oh, oh, stick by me, I'll stick by you. Friends may try to hurt us, scandalize our name. No one can tear us apart. You've got a place in my heart. Oh yeah, I love you, darling, and that's no lie. Oh, oh, stick by me, I'll stick by you. When you cry, I cry too. Oh, oh, stick by me, I'll stick by you. Remember my heart and my love belong to you. Oh, oh, stick by me, I'll stick by you.
During these unprecedented times, Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands, is pleased to bring you the Cayman Strong Series. The Cayman Strong Series is brought to you by OnCourse Cayman. Visit oncourse.ky to view a full list of wellness services and their qualified team. OnCourse Cayman, health, wellness, and happiness.
Change your thinking. Change your life. Practicing forgiveness is a healthy habit.
As pastor and best-selling author Gary Chapman wrote in his book, The 5 Love Languages, How to Express Heartfelt Commitment to Your Mate, forgiveness is not a feeling, it is a commitment. It is a choice to show mercy, not to hold the offense up against the offender. Forgiveness is an expression of love.
Change your thinking. Change your life.
Radio Cayman's Cayman Strong Series was brought to you by OnCourse Cayman. Visit oncourse.ky to view a full list of wellness services and their qualified team. OnCourse Cayman, health, wellness, and happiness.
These days, feelings of loneliness, anxiety, stress, and depression can be overwhelming. Just know you are not alone. OnCourse Cayman offers private mental health services for children, teens, adults, and groups. Visit oncourse.ky to view a full list of wellness services and their qualified team. OnCourse Cayman, health, wellness, and happiness.
It's a real thing, yeah. Girl, I want you the closest. Trust is being broken, but you've always